And good morning, good afternoon, good evening. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? I'm doing good. I hope that you're doing good, and I hope you're ready for a day of knowledge and camaraderie and lots of good things. I'd like to welcome you to TopstepTV and opening call. Congratulations. You are at the right place at the right time. We've got an exciting, informative, educational, and programming for you today. And throughout the week, we will be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, fellow trader, and even sometimes that 13th can of beer that comes with your 12-pack. Yes, indeed. Get yourself ready for top-notch, up-to-date market trading knowledge with our good friend, John, a.k.a. the Hoag. Wait. Hoagland.
Good morning, Eddie. I always like a 12-pack that comes as a baker's dozen, right?
It's like, where do you fit that other can?
Do they do that?
I think by the time you get to that 12th can, the numbers are skewed,
Yeah, that's true. Maybe a little bit blurry after that, right?
Yes.
Well,
welcome, Johnny.
Thank you.
It's the 20th of September.
Yes, it is.
2023, and lots going on. You good over there?
Yeah.
Good day for you.
Got a little bit of noise going on in the background. I'm sorry about that. They're doing some cutting around the pond behind the house here. So if it gets to be too much, just let me know. And but just looking forward to the trading day today. I mean, we know that it's FOMC meeting. It's probably going to be a whole lot of hurry up and wait, but we're going to focus on context, risk management, and patience as always in the markets. What's on the news, Eddie?
Well, news today, investors attempting to gauge how the U.S. Central Bank will approach its monetary policy for the rest of the year. Yes, it is Fed. And we'll figure that out, though. But according to the Fed Rate Monitor, investings.com, in my bookie, there's a 98% chance that the rate-setting Federal Open Market Committee will keep it as is. Now, if you call up Vegas, a $2 bet will get you $2,000 if they do raise the rates. So, $2 bet, why not? Hell, and put it
good
in
risk
there.
Reward.
It's a good risk group. Yeah, $2. $2. Where's my $2? Also, U.S. stock futures moved slightly up today, but remain very close to flatline, obviously, for the Fed. I mean, all eyes are on this. We've been looking forward to this since last week and the week before. Also, one of the things, too, that hit the wire here, Instacart, we talked about that yesterday. Instacart pulling back 12% from a 12% gain. They're pulling back here, but investors are really hoping that was just sort of a glitch. Market should come back again. A lot of investors in that Instacart. And let's see, I think the stock ended around $33.70 per share on the NASDAQ. You want to give us some info on what we've got coming out today, John, and then I'll finish up.
Sure thing. At 6 o'clock this morning, every Wednesday, they announce the average mortgage rates. 30-year mortgage rates rose a little bit in the last week to 7.31 from 7.27. Not a huge jump. Applications for mortgages, however, took a pretty big jump. Last week, there was actually a loss of 0.8% in mortgage applications. This week, they're saying they added 5.4% in mortgage applications. So maybe a little bit people getting tired of waiting for rates to come lower that need to buy a home, maybe some of that going on. Of course, today we have the 9:30 EIA Petroleum Status Report, expecting a minus 2.2 million barrel draw in inventories. I know we got the API last night, which reported a 5 million barrel draw, approximately a 5 million barrel draw. And then, of course, everybody is waiting for 1 o'clock Central, the FOMC announcement. And then at 1:30, Chairman Powell and his press conference. So lots to kind of be focusing on as far as information later on in the day today. The VIX is lower this morning, just a little bit. It's right at $14 index, holding right at 105, and the yield on the 10-year 4.34%. I mention, of course, we have power players today. Deeyana is going to be with us. This is a real treat for everybody and me. I've always been a big fan of Deeyana, and looking forward to seeing her this afternoon. Well, actually at 11 o'clock and then 12 o'clock, of course. Group coaching, email your questions to groupcoaching@topstep.com. And that's all I got, Eddie.
Now, is it true that Deeyana is a former rock pop session musician?
Yes.
Turned trader?
She's got quite the resume. I mean, she's been a session musician. She's been on stage with like real rock stars like Rod Stewart. I mean, she has accomplished a lot.
Well, I'm looking forward to this one, and I hope everybody else is. This should be cool. Okay. Let me just finish up here. We're going to get to the charts. I promise you. Oil prices. We talked about these oil prices, gains, but pulling back here from a 10-month high as markets obviously looking for this Federal Reserve interest rate decision. I think it affects everybody. So like John said, the API, American Petroleum Institute, fell by 5 million barrels. From friend to friend, trader to trader. Don't forget Powerball today. Okay, if your state has Powerball, 10th largest pot available, 672 million, and it's probably going to break 700 million. So just remember, the odds are very good, 1 in 293 million. So good luck. Play Powerball.
And it only takes $1, and that's fantastic risk reward, but the odds are very slim. But it doesn't hurt to try. You're not going to win if you don't take it, if you don't get a ticket.
Right. You don't win if you don't play. But here's the thing. I mean, you could win some other money. I know that we've won some money, past years, like $1,000 here and stuff. What's $1? Come on.
Right.
Yeah. You find it in your couch. Stick in your couch.
Just putting up this risk disclosure before we talk about the lottery being a good return on investment.
All right, risk disclosure. There it is. CFTC Rule 4.411, sir. All right, we're going to be kicking into the charts here right now.
Yes.
And, let's kick it in here. Light the wick, light the fuse, and let's start with our ES Daily. What do you got, Johnny?
All right. Well, on the daily chart, we had some lower volume yesterday, to be expected prior to the FOMC meeting today. We lost about 3,800 in open interest, so that's a liquidation more than a build in positions, which again we were expecting because of the FOMC meeting. What I find very interesting is the fact that the market took a look below the weekly kickoff low and the trend line. I mentioned yesterday, when there's a convergence between weekly kickoff levels and trend lines, there can be some really important information there. And the fact that we rejected below weekly kickoff low and that trend line, looking at this daily chart here, it looks as though there is some excess at the bottom of this little move to the downside. So depending on what happens with the FOMC meeting today, this is kind of looking like a reversal from the downside move we've had back into range, and the target would be back up to the high end of the range. So we've failed below the bottom end of the range. Acceptance back inside the range brings us back to the other extreme of the range. We don't know if any of this is going to happen. Of course, as we always say, ACH, anything can happen and usually will. Sorry about the barking dog there. I didn't know that they were going to be out here doing this morning, but we will get through all of this and hopefully they'll be gone in no time. Take a look at the 30 now, Eddie.
Okay.
All right. So here's the 30-minute chart. So, we started the day above weekly kickoff low. We tested down to and through it. On the 30-minute, that trend line comes in at a little bit of a different spot here. But the rejection, so in other words, price got too cheap, sellers wouldn't sell it anymore, buyers took over, the downside auction is over, a new upside auction has begun and seems to be continuing today. We have overnight inventory on the long side. We've got a potential reversal down here, and we're going to be opening with a gap. gap rules, Eddie. If we open with a gap and we can't close the gap relatively early, we're looking for opportunities to buy weakness. We're looking for opportunities to limit risk on longs. Overnight
John,
inventory, again, long. Yes.
John, when you say weakness, what's a good indication that I can see on my chart that says, holy crap, this is weak?
Okay, so in an up move, you want to buy the market when it appears weak. Because if the trend is going to continue, you're getting better trade location if the market pulls back. If the market, which has overnight inventory to the long side, if we don't see buyers come into this market right off the open, these overnight longs are likely to get nervous. And if they do, it's a pretty large community of traders. They can actually push price to a better trade location for a potential long. There's a lot of them here. Take a look. Settlement 44.90. We've got the opening range from yesterday in the area. We've got last week's low right in the area. And then below that, we've got weekly kickoff low. So if we do get an opportunity to buy weakness, there's a lot of targets. So be careful about that. You can get chopped up with that. You really want to try and be patient, look for some sort of structure to develop in the daytime frame, and then use that lower extreme for potential longs. Where does it prove wrong? I mean, I'm going to be kind of focusing again here at weekly kickoff low for a proving that price may be accepting back below that level. But yesterday it was rejected.
All right, did weekly kickoff low 44.80 even, correct?
44.80 even, correct.
All right, write that down, folks.
Very good. Very good. All right. Now let's check the NASDAQ. NASDAQ is in a little bit of a different situation, similar but different. Here's the DEES daily. DEES daily. So the weekly kickoff low had a little bit more space before I think there's a real market state break to the downside. The trend line 1, 2, 3 points of contact. We did end up closing below it yesterday on lower volume and lower open interest. So when the market is trying to go lower, but it is cutting off volume and losing open interest, that's not a very healthy downside auction. On the daily, we have the excess below last week's low. Below last week's low, excess. So is this going to bring us back into balance? In other words, we've got weekly kickoff low, the low end of the last week's low, 15,356.50, the low end of balance, and the high end of balance is basically weekly kickoff high, 15,720. And we tested within a tick of weekly kickoff high last week. So it remains impactful if it is approached. Look at the 30 now, Eddie, here, and let's take a quick gander at this. As far as
I'm gandering
at it this morning, overnight inventory again to the long side. Our trend line, we broke below it. We did close below the trend line, but above weekly kickoff low. Last week's low seeming to show some sort of ability to support price last night. Overnight inventory is long. We are currently holding a gap. If we open with a gap and we can't close the gap relatively early, that's gap rules. We're looking for the opportunity to buy this market on weakness. Overnight inventory can provide us with that opportunity. If we don't see buyers come in and drive price and continue to pay our overnight longs, they might get nervous. They get out in mass, bring price to a better trade location for a potential long. Be kind of watching this trend line here that's giving me a little bit of I don't know, trepidation. Maybe that's the right word, trepidation. But so as far as the profile is concerned, there's a pretty weak excess on the low here in the NASDAQ. This is not a very strong excess low in the daytime frame, but on the daily chart, it's showing excess down at this level. So what I don't want is for meaningful participation back down at this level. We've got a naked point of control down there from yesterday. That could be an interesting target or an interesting level for an execution should price get back down to that level. It's FOMC day. It's probably a lot of hurry up and wait in these equities and in most of these markets because everybody is just positioned. They're protected. They're hedged. They're just waiting for the numbers to come out, and then again for the Chairman Powell's press conference at 1:30 Central Time. So, again, not expecting a lot early in the session today. I'll be pretty patient today, I think.
Johnny Gap is asking, what if the gap closes early? What to look for after the gap closes?
This is a great and very important question.
Good job, Gap.
So the gap closes. In an upward market, if you open with an upside gap and the gap closes, it can bring some support. What you don't want to see is for price to come back inside value from the previous days. So last week's low in the NASDAQ lines up very nicely with value high from yesterday. If price comes back to this level and shows signs of acceptance inside value from yesterday, which is from here down to here, the levels are 15,353, the lower level of value from yesterday in the NASDAQ. Volume profile is 15,251. If we start to show acceptance inside value, there's a good probability that price may rotate and bring us all the way back down to the low of value yesterday. So I'm going to be looking for a gap close, some sort of daytime frame structure to look for a potential opportunity. And again, I'm going to try and stay patient. The market is opening out of balance. It's opening with a gap. That means it's out of balance from yesterday. And sometimes that can provide earlier opportunities.
Right.
But it's FOMC day.
It is a very special day for you and me and everybody else.
Great question.
All right. Let's hit crude here. We've got just under 7 minutes here to hit crude and gold. November.
So we've been directional for a very long time in this market. I mean, we started this move down here at 78. We're up at 91. It's been almost a straight shot. This market was due for a pullback the day of the FOMC meeting. Even though the supply is showing limited, we lost supply at the API. We're expecting a loss in supply on the EIA. The market has taken a move to the opposite direction. Why? Look at all the profits that many traders are holding here. There is always a higher expectation of greater risk for an FOMC meeting. Maybe the VIX isn't showing it, but you're seeing some long liquidation here in crude oil. It started yesterday. We have an excess high here. We didn't quite get to our 94 weekly kickoff high. Tighter supply, but lower price. I'm looking for this market to just pull back, even out inventory. And, by all expectations, a lot of folks are looking at much higher crude prices as time goes on here. So that excess high pullback, we lost 8,600 overall in open interest. We added 12,000 to the November contract. So because we're still getting through rollover, that's still a little bit blurry. The fact that overall we lost 8,600 overall in open interest on a pullback like this, that's long liquidation. If you ask me, that's a pretty good probability that it was long liquidation, and that is continuing for us today. What are we looking for as far as opportunities? Well, we all know that we've been inside Dan's channel, or what we like to call a Danel. We're opening outside of that now. So this trend line, which was support, may be resistant. And look at all these moving averages right in that area. So we've got last week's high converging with that trend line, all three moving averages right here. This to me looks like a bowl of spaghetti, and I'm going to be patient. I'm going to let the market establish range, even though it's opening with a gap. So we do have gap rules. Don't forget about that. We do have gap rules and possible acceptance of price below a previous dannel or channel, like we like to call it.
All right. You're going to gold, but hey, real quick here, as you can see in our YouTube channel, we have posted a trading checklist. All right, to help you out. Let's make sure that we all have a decent game plan and we're ready for trades today. Okay, so check out that link, save it, use it each and every day, and off to gold we go. The daily gold. What do you got, Johnny?
Yes, that checklist is a really good kind of outline. You can make it your own. You know, if there's other things that you're looking at, you can certainly add or take things away that you're not looking at. It's a great tool to prepare yourself for the trading day. Thanks for pointing that out, Eddie.
More free things from Topstep.
Alrighty, so we failed to break out. We've got a rotation back to the upside. That's what happens in range-bound days, in range-bound periods of time, I should say. So we tried to push higher. We did not get a full rotation to the weekly kickoff high or this trend line. Sometimes what doesn't happen is equally as important as what does. We lost 2,500 in open interest yesterday. So this short time frame upside auction seems to be suffering, and it certainly suffered as far as volume is concerned because, well, it was the day before the FOMC. All the volume was going to suffer. So it's kind of difficult to judge the upside auction with that. The loss of open interest, you know, I'm giving this short time frame auction to the upside basically a C. I don't think it's impressing everybody, but it is putting in higher highs and higher lows, which may change today. We have last week's high in play, overnight and in the regular trading hour session here. Taking a look at the 30-minute chart. All right. So do we have any overnight inventory? No. The market opened right here. Where is the market now? It's right there. All the overnight inventory has reconciled. There's no overnight inventory to look at here. Are we opening with a gap? We are not. We have opened in the range, and it looks like maybe we opened near value. So this is one of the things that's going to tell me, especially on an FOMC day, I'm going to be really patient today. I want to see the market establish an early range, and I'm going to focus on that the extremes of that range for my opportunities. I will be flat long before 1 o'clock.
Yes.
And I'm going to watch the fireworks. It'll be right at the end of group coaching, and we'll kind of wrap it up maybe a few minutes early so that if you are going to participate, you will have that availability for you. So
awesome. Johnny, what I'll do is I'll lay out a blanket. I'll get that 13-pack of Paps. We'll sit and watch the fireworks, and then we'll do that. But, okay, yeah, we've got a couple seconds here. Just wanted to remind you, please, a few things. There is our checklist. Please check it out. Check out the checklist. And we do have a poll for you. If you do see that, please take a minute to fill that poll out. And we've got some questions for you to see, to get your suggestions. All right, your take on TopstepTV. And also, please, if you're here with us today, I see a little over 600 wonderful people here, hit and like and smash and kick that like button, okay? Subscribe and be part of the Topstep team, man. You know, it's free, and it's the coolest team out there right now, from what I heard.
Let's take our deep breath and be ready for the day.
All right. We'll be right back with Fast Market. Go get yourself another hot coffee. Fast market. Yes, it's fast market. One of our, I think this is probably the favorite of everybody. I'm going to put my vote there. We learn. I'm sorry, John?
I always have fun.
Yeah, it's fun. This is fun. Well, we've got Michael Patak. Good morning, Michael. How are you today? All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at these. If you're new here, take a look at these charts, see if there's some opportunity. And remember, not always right, but far from not always being wrong during the session. And we're going to bring more charts up. Let's see if we got some opportunity, guys. What do we got? Lock and load. Here we go.
Michael, we have a gap. Probably going to be opening with a gap. We also have overnight inventory to the long side.
Overnight inventory to the long side, which means pressure to the long side.
Which means there's probably a lot of short time frame longs already in the market. I don't know what the tilt looks like right now, but the fact that this was a longer term trend line. There were 3 points of contact on it, and the fact that the market has stopped there is something I'm finding very interesting.
Okay. H3, Walter, good morning. H3, good morning. Jim Carlton, good morning. Elevate the frequency, good morning. No Code Dad, good morning to you as well.
Good morning.
Okay, so FOMC day, yeah?
Yep. A lot of hurry up and wait.
It's a hurry up and wait. This is going to be a shitty day. Let's have some fun. Let's have some fun.
A great day.
I know. It is. Good morning. I like these. Morning, gents. Morning.
Morning, everybody.
Yeah, let's have some fun. It's a horse has got to get out of the gate or get into the gate, right, Eddie?
Yes, we got it. Here it comes. Ready?
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to TopstepTV. And the horses are in the gate seconds before they what do they usually do? They just sort of drop the gate, right?
Scott, Annie, AK, Trey, what's up? Okay, we're open.
And we are here. Yes, we are.
Short time frame longs.
Yes.
Clearly getting squeezed.
Closing the gap immediately. We just closed the gap. No gap.
What does that mean?
This is the NASDAQ, of course.
What does that mean when you close the gap immediately? In your opinion?
Well, I mean, it means that the overnight inventory is already nervous. So now we're going to be seeing if we actually find acceptance inside the range from yesterday, more importantly, inside the value area from yesterday, which is all the way down here. Now, remember, the market opened at 5 o'clock last night right here. All of these are longs.
Where's right here?
Right here is
26? No, hold on. What?
Approximately 15,377.
All right.
Basically settlement today. Basically, the overnight inventory will reconcile if price gets back to settlement.
Man, these longs are weak.
Yeah.
They're weak.
They didn't get what they were looking for on the open. It went the opposite direction, so they're getting out. They're bailing out right now, which is good because if we think the market is going to be strong today, moving to the upside, then this gives us opportunity for better trade location.
It does give us opportunity better, really, and then the weeks are in. The weeks will get out, and just like any shitty trader, they'll get right back in at their old entry after they get stopped out. And that's not us, guys. That's not us. We're smarter. We're smarter than that.
So now overnight inventory is now pretty much reconciled.
Got it. There's your 77s all the way down there.
Yep.
All right, cool. There's a little bit of a. 76 half. Nothing on tilt. Nothing. When I say nothing, 51.49, 52.48.
Everybody's waiting.
Everybody's waiting. Though this is a big move, I don't know if anybody played it right out of the gate, let us know. It's always cool. I want everybody to kind of let us know how they're trading because that's the whole goal of this still is for all of us to share. If you're getting busted out, if you're crushing
let us know here. Mm-hmm. Well, Drone King says 1,200 on the day already. Well, I would sit back and put my feet up and enjoy the rest of the day here.
But make sure. Who said that? Drone King.
Drone King.
Yeah. Drone King Cinema. 1,200 a day. That's the blue ones are W's. You gotta keep. If you do not have a winning day today, I need you to let me know, and then we're gonna get you and John Hoagland in a one-on-one coaching.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, you got to, that kind of profit, you got to keep a percentage of it.
You have
Keep
to.
half.
You have to.
Well, Sarah Hall went short 45.05 half, and she got out at 44.99. Good job, Sarah.
Nice job, Sarah Hall. Prayers and love.
Yeah, there's a good 6 handles or more.
Yeah.
6 handles. I'll take that in the S&P.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sarah Hall always gives me prayers and love in the chat. Nice job.
Well, that's
Sarah.
good.
It's good to have.
Sending good vibes. You need good positive vortexes that lift you up. Remember that book, Positive Intelligence?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It lifts you up.
Lift you up. Okay. So,
Johnny, Dan's talking about this gap closed already. He said, I thought it had to reach 96 half to close it.
No,
Is it
the gap close in the NASDAQ has occurred. It has not, however, in the S&Ps. Let's see here.
gap is. Hey, Jim Carlton.
We missed it by a tick.
A tick. Okay.
Jim Carlton, it's okay about blowing out on the drop down. I don't like overnight trading. There's my first lesson for you. Overnight trading, I don't know. It is, and if you're here right now, then clearly you can trade during the. The most active, best time to trade of the day, of the trading day. Overnight's always just really tough. Not for me.
It's overnight. It's just pea shooters like us. We're just picking each other's pockets. The regular trading hour session. You see that's where all the volume is. That's where all the major participants are affecting the marketplace. Yeah. It's to me just clearer or cleaner information.
Yep.
But yeah, Eddie, with regards to your gap question, the NASDAQ opened with a gap, barely. Okay, but to close the gap, it only has to go back to or inside the previous day's range, not all the way back down to settlement.
Henry G, if it seems every trade is tough, take a break. Miss trades.
Yeah.
Watch trades. Paper trade.
Gold making a nice move here, you gold bugs. Hope you got long on this one. 1956.60. Over in the YouTube, Dwayne Miles, short at 435, out at 417. Missed most of the move. Don't let that get you down, man. You made a profit. If there's another opportunity, let's get back in it.
Stormer, 1.3 today. Not million. K. 1,300 today.
Nice.
You guys see Andy's question about overnight inventory?
He's curious, Hoag. What Hoag means, that one? Yeah.
Yeah, Andy.
Yeah, I understand the concept, but how do you identify this on the chart? Talking about overnight inventory and offloading. I don't know if you guys at the docks.
Johnny's got a little
Yeah.
dog. Lucy. Is that your dog name?
Lacey. Hoag, you're on mute right now.
I know she's barking again, but
we'll hold on that question.
Okay. All right, we'll come back to it.
Yeah. Okay. Anybody that was just listening 5 minutes ago, what did John say? Anybody in the NASDAQ? Price level? Price point? I'm waiting. I'll wait.
Yeah, you got a lot of traders here putting up some nice early profits. RD took a long at 44.98, got out at 45.01. Good job.
John, you talked about, I'm going to I'm cheating for everybody. You just talked about the 377s, right? Yes. Okay. He's nodding his head because Lacey, sorry. Jeez. There you go, Luke. Who's paying attention? Hell yeah. Where did it pop off of, guys? 76s. That would have been
175 quarter.
Yeah, if you 75 settlement, return to settlement, popped off settlement. You would have had your 20 handles in on a one lot. That would have been what, $600? No, is that right? 20 handles. I do 15 handles. That's 300, so it's more. Geez, whatever. It's over 350, 300, 400, whatever. That's on a one lot. A one lot. You would have been up already 400. Yeah, 400. Thanks, guys. My math is horrible. $400 on a one lot with 1 tick, 2 ticks risk. Not saying like you're going to hit everything, and I'm not saying that everything we're saying is going to hit, but that was a nice call, Johnny.
I kind of like this silent Hoag, just like that old silent movie miming in the background.
We need a lip reader. Where's those NFL lip readers?
There's 40 handles. You would have got 07s. No, that's 3. Yes.
Well,
Man, my math is bad today.
continue seeing.
Don't go dead. I don't do it either.
Well, that's why we got our friends, man. You know, we got our friends here to back us up. So
For sure. And we got Siri. Siri's always there. Siri's always there to help. There's no kid that will ever know how to do math ever again.
And Lacey.
And Lacey.
All right, I think she's quiet for
looking really good here.
By settlement, do you mean closing price previous day?
Yes, settlement is the price that the exchange marks every position to, so they can manage margins. And it's only an hour long. You know, well, the S&P settle at 3. You know, gold settles at 12:30. Crude settles at 1:30. These are, of course, central times, but it's put out there so that the exchange can mark every position to that level in that product, so they can manage margins.
In the Discord, Telleria, is the market likely to go sideways until the Fed rate moves? Typically, in the past, it doesn't do too much. Window of opportunity slows. So far right now, you do have moves. You have the sell-off. You have the pop-off, the settlement. I always talk about the 20, 30 handle move in a NASDAQ is a pretty legit move. 15 is a dance. 10 is a dance move off of whatever big price or pivotal move, price level. John, what do you have up here? Because those week longs just got literally, okay, now, why are we running to the upside? Does that mean these week longs are getting back in because they probably got stopped out? Is that kind of short time frame, folks?
Yes, the overnight in the S&Ps, right? So the market opened here last night, right there. Let's call it 44.92. By the end of the evening, the price had moved higher and opened with a gap. So we know we have overnight inventory that's long. The S&Ps traded right to the gap close. It missed the gap close by 1 tick. Sometimes that gap close can be supportive, and you're looking for a pullback in a market that is exhibiting strength. You're trying to buy weakness. So this lack of gap close was a decent opportunity. In the NASDAQ, we traded all the way back down to settlement, which is basically where the market opened last night, for a full reconciliation of the overnight inventory. So when you're looking for overnight inventory, and this dog is she's killing me.
Yeah,
we
open here. It's kind of distracting, Johnny.
You all right? I'll pause it. I'll mute again. We'll go back to this one later when she's not barking.
Yeah.
Hoag lives at the neighbor's house from A Christmas Story.
What?
The dogs run around. They eat the turkey.
Oh yeah, Christmas Story. That's on repeat, starting in November till every day on what? Not November, but what channel has it 24 hours?
AMC, I think.
Yeah, something like that.
Sure.
They have the Red Ryder BB gun.
Oh, you do? Nice. Okay, week longs got shaken out, shooken, whatever. Now they're back in. Or something's driving this rally off the bottom. But
I don't know. I'm seeing a nice rally here in gold. I'm watching for this top here, 1958.90, and we had a nice run here from just about settlement, 1953.70, and it's very strong here. It's still pushing some new highs here early this morning.
buy stops at 442 are going to get smoked. Yeah, you know what? ICT, that's a really good call out. I'm watching that as well. Once we get John on here, we'll find out what he thinks on the 442
back area. Into the 90 level. Seeing that again. Let's see if we can hold that 90.
Crude back to the neck.
And down on the day here, I tell you, we've been seeing crude very nice, very strong to the upside, and see if we can hold it up above that 90 again.
Guys, 55.45 NASDAQ longs. Bias to the long side, very, very light. Nothing. Hey, speaking of crude, Eddie, 85%. Hey, all you crude oil traders, 85% of the open positions right now are long. Think about that.
Yeah.
That's information. There's your little indicator, just like an RSI, W, VWAP, blah, blah, blah. Use that indicator as you see fit. 85% of crude oil traders are long. Watch that, folks. Like, mark that right now. And Danny, if you're listening, 85% of traders right now are long. That's almost that's close to 100. Let's just put it that way. It means almost everybody is thinking, or not thinking, biased to the long side. What does the market do? Keep watching. Dave K, long CL from 89.72. Wow. Dave K, you're part of the 86% now, 87% now that are long. Watch what the market does. Dave K, update us how you do on that trade too when you're done with it. Yeah. So information. Well, gold just made a new high. It's spiked. I mean, it's spiked. Hold on, Eddie. 90%. Go to crude oil. 90% long. 92% long.
Yeah, we're holding above that 90.
Either shorts are getting run, and the longs are still in, and these longs are looking for a bigger move. So, guys, crude oil. I haven't seen this in a long time. 91% of folks. That's a lot.
A lot of short overnight inventory now reconciling.
I think it's a correction. Yeah, I think this crude needs to be above 90. And we've seen that. Just uncharacteristic that we sort of took a dive. But then again, it's Fed day.
Well, Fed and the crude aren't really hand in hand, are they?
They'll affect each other.
I guess Fed affects anything for the most part. Time to go short oil. Dan Trader just jumped in here. Dan, you might have pushed it down because that's 89% now.
This trend line, this is the lower end of the lower trend line of the Daniel that we've respected several times. A move back to that level could be an interesting spot. And look at all the moving averages right there. That's last week's high. 3 moving averages, the trend line. This is a target-rich environment up here. Oh, and don't forget,
with all those trend lines, everybody long, I would get short right now. That's me. All those trend lines are pressure anyway. All the longs being overly confident and biased. Everybody. I mean, it's like, well, what are you risking?
Yeah.
Okay.
ICT put in ICT Inner Circle talked about these buy stops at 15,442.
I was just going to look at
get smoked.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you about that. Thanks, Eddie. Hoag, what do you bring us back to the NASDAQ?
So here's the NASDAQ 30. These highs here.
I really want to get long right now.
These highs here. It lines up nicely pretty much with this trend line that's been kind of showing resistance. You're probably going to get a lot of traders are probably looking short up against this. And if we get much through that, there's likely to be a whole bunch of stops. I'm no expert, but I think ICT's onto something here.
The community's on to being long NASDAQ, 69%. 69%. That's not a huge tilt. Hence the name of the tilt indicator that I'm referencing. This tilt indicator will be eventually available in a very unique way. And I'll share that here in the coming weeks. Very, 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 very cool thing coming out in a couple weeks.
This overnight inventory adjustment in the NASDAQ and the S&P was gold. I mean, we talked about let the overnight inventory reconcile itself, and if you're looking for longs, that's going to be a better trade location, and it's exactly what it did. I mean,
John. It just traded 32. What was it?
Yeah, Hoop, I'm with you too, Hoop. I'm not chasing gold here. Watch this top here in gold.
Okay, Hug. It's 70% longs in the NASDAQ bias.
Right.
It's coming up here. ICT talked about the 442s.
Mm-hmm.
We got 70% long, 60% long S&P, 70% long. Nah, something about this feels like it's growing legs right here.
Upside legs, right?
Upside legs, yeah. But like I'm not. There's nothing like right out of the gates. Well, there's your 24, 20.
I mean, when we're looking at 80% long up against this level here, the cheap trade is the short.
The cheap trade's a short. So right when I was talking, there's 10 handles that you could have got into a short, but I wasn't looking to get short. I was talking about growing legs to the upside. But this is still around where we were just talking about. It's like 425, 425, 427s when we were just talking about that. It just pulled back 10 handles. So we got a 10 handle pullback.
Mm-hmm.
You were just talking about shorts being a cheap play. We were talking about 442s being a stop runner.
Right. I mean, we got our overnight high, which is 436 quarter.
You got, okay, now you only have 50-50 NASDAQ, folks. So there you got your week longs.
A lot of folks
here.
got out.
You got your week longs here at Topstep that were here. And it's still only 10 handle move, but you got, I mean, it's still 10 handles, $200.
Hey, Michael, growing legs, what's that mean?
It means if you're an individual and you're just standing there and then like you start growing legs, you're gonna start
I already got legs and I'm growing more legs. I'm going to turn into
yeah, no, exactly. Yes. You're going to start running. You're going to start going a direction, picking up speed. It's like you're waiting. And the next thing you know, boom, gun goes off, go.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like you can feel it. I don't know. I mean, I feel it in the dome. Like I watched the ladder. I call it the ladder, but you guys call it the dome.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You always call the ladder on the floor. It's just looks like a ladder. And then I watch how it moves. So again, now moving, we're at the 27s when we were just talking about. I was curious about the long side, growing legs. Clearly, it's going to shake, again, the week longs out again. 50-50 now in the NASDAQ. It shook them out.
Mm-hmm.
An entry down here, John, would be better if I'm looking to the long side.
Right.
We're at.
Man. Well, I mean, we got our point of control right here. That is 412. We've got our opening range right here. We're in the opening range. I mean, I would be looking for more.
What'd you say about 412s, John? 412s.
412s is point of control, the volume point of control.
Okay.
That's the highest volume single price. It's the comfort level. It's, where most traders have been comfortable transacting business, and it's not, to me, the best place to take trades. So I'm looking for a move back. You've got a consolidation here that may prove to be demand. So we just got a kind of a look into the top end of that, and we got a little bit of a bounce off it. The question is, where is the risk? Where is the risk if we take a long here? And there's a lot of it before we find out if this trade is wrong.
Okay, I got a long 09 quarters while you're talking.
Okay, that's kind of the high end of this potential demand zone here. But the question is, where's the risk? I know you're static 15.
If it dances with it at all, I'm out.
Okay,
at all.
So more of a time stop.
It's a time stop, yeah. It's like
John,
right now.
Yes.
Hoag, real quick here, where do you get the T4 volume indicators? How can Travis get those?
Come on, baby.
You'd have to choose T4 in a trading combine to have it. But
there's your 10 handles. There's your 10 handles. There's your 20. I'm taking out. Oh, nice. I'll take 400 out of the gate. First trade.
Nice.
Winner. There you go. Good job. Good job there,
John. I like
the winner.
It had pulled back from the winner. It had pulled back from the 32. So 32s back to 10 is 22 handles. When you make a big 22 handle move in the NASDAQ, I always feel it's a fairly okay area because, like, I think, again, when you make that far a move and it was just pushing to the upside and we knew we have longs that were in there, then they were weak, shake them out again. I don't know what the word is. A good opportunity to get back in. I mean, like, I don't know. It was 07s. John, it was 07s was a low. I got it.
Well again, are you?
2 ticks. I love getting great entries. Love it. 2 ticks heat. I didn't even have to take heat. I got it off. I got on the way up from the 07s.
Right.
07s was the move.
So they put in the low, started kind of looking the other way. You jumped in and you got 20 points on that.
I don't know. It wasn't that. I mean, it was from.
That's quick.
Oh, I got in. Yeah, I got an 09 half,
Yeah.
and I got in at 20, so 11 handle.
Oh, yeah. Okay, good.
So that's even like a good out.
Nice.
Patience, guys. Patience. Work with a trading buddy. Patience.
What's your P&L, Michael?
370.
Okay.
Michael,
John, you
why
put it
why aren't you trading more? Why don't you have bigger prop? Because I like to start out of the gate with a cushion. Because if I'm not feeling it, like I didn't really like right when the market opened, I'm like I jokingly said it's going to be a crappy day, but yeah, window of opportunity. I've traded on FOMC mornings, and if trading on FOMC mornings is like trading on roll week. It's just not. It's never been a good trade for me.
I mean, it's everybody's positioned or hedged. It's short time frame control. That's why the short time overnight inventory was such a sweet trade.
Hoops saying Dow, new highs, higher highs. Seeing that pull up a little bit, pull back down right now. And gold has not stopped.
Longs are back in, pushing it higher. Yes, no, maybe.
GC.
But you see that crude hitting that 100 or 50 moving average, pulling back.
Well, Eddie, I think we're finally getting our full rotation from low to high in the area of balance. And we talked just yesterday as well as today about this convergence between this 100 session moving average, the weekly kickoff high, which we just basically traded to within 8 ticks. What's the high here? We're within 8 ticks of it now. So we got within 4 ticks of it and this trend line. So this area up here is a visual target and kind of an important level for us to possibly look for an execution.
Yeah. John and Eddie.
They were trading November crude. X.
Yes.
John and Eddie, did you guys hear?
What happened?
I got funded yesterday. I passed the 50K.
Oh, that's right.
I passed the 50K. 2 days.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, as a CEO, I've been funded of a funding company. You got the first one, validation. You got the validation. Oh, and I still do this. I'll throw that challenge out there. I did it on a Corb's interview. I challenge any funded CEO of any other trader evaluation funding company that you do your program, I'll do mine. I'll get funded and paid out quicker than you.
Well, you're putting
$10,000. I'll even put $10,000 on it too.
Putting pressure on me, aren't you?
You'll be my backup. I'm like, hey, if I'm out sick, I got John covered for me. He'll do it.
John will be like Cyrano, the Diversionac, or whatever that guy with the big nose. Okay, watch now. It's real.
Yeah, Ghost. I think I'm gonna sign my own certificate. We started doing certificates before anybody else ever did. Like in 2011, 2012. We're like these traders here, whether rain or shine, if they pass a trading combine, they do demonstrate risk management skills that they need to put on their experience or whatever on their LinkedIn. Like, where else can you say I have demonstrated risk management skills in the futures market? That is a topic in an interview if you're going to be in the financial space.
Hey, John, Alex is asking, Mr. Hoag, quick question. Without an interesting positive open interest, would you trade in gap direction or gap rules? Usually not today. And Alex says, thank you.
You guys are talking about another CEO of another funding company. I have a shitload of their trades or their accounts. And I'm not naming names and I'm not saying the company, but every one of them's blown out within a day. So wouldn't you? I don't know. I'm going to go on a tangent, but
okay.
Well, anybody? Yes.
Let's keep on the answer, Alex.
Back to
Alex. We're here
Back
for
to
you.
trading.
So, Alex, it's everything is contextual, right? So, let's say the market has been moving higher, and open interest and volume has been supporting that move higher. If we open with a gap higher, I'm going to be probably more apt to trade in the direction of the gap, whether it gets closed or not. But if open interest, as price is moving higher, open interest in volume or volume, I should say, starts to indicate a slowing of the auction process, then, I might look for deeper opportunities to look for longs. Or, like today in the S&Ps and the NASDAQ, we kind of figured it was going to be a short time frame controlled day. And that inventory move was a higher probability, I think, today because of that. We've got gold within what, 4 ticks of the weekly kickoff high, and it's come off 30 ticks already. So, I mean, that's a trade that I'm usually going to take. And, the market, we were showing on the daily, we failed below the low of the balance area. The rotation would be to the high end of the balance area. And we just finished that full rotation from low of balance to high of balance. It's an interesting spot for a trade because of the convergence of that 100 session moving average on the daily chart, weekly kickoff high, and the trend line. They're all right in this area. So this is kind of a high target area. Yeah. So here's what we're talking about. Here's that daily chart.
Wow. Hold on.
Yeah.
That's gold.
Yeah.
I've been talking about it. Pull back right now and hitting that top.
We failed at weekly kickoff low last week. We left excess. The move then is to the other extreme of the area of balance, which takes us right to the upper trend line of the triangle formation. The weekly kickoff high, which is 1965, hell of a year, and the 100 session moving average are right here. And when there is a convergence of a longer time frame trend line and a weekly kickoff level, those are really, really kind of areas where I'm going to be peaked to look for opportunities. Now, I don't know what's going to happen. If we took a short here, we can limit the risk because of the trend line, the 100 session moving average, and the weekly kickoff high. And if we're right and we take that short, and this thing could turn and potentially rotate all the way back to the low end of the area of balance, which would take us down to this trend line. Not suggesting that for today, but this weekly kickoff level and the convergence here is just a very important level to be paying attention.
What month is this? Z or V?
Yes.
November X. I'm sorry, December Z.
Yeah, it's
my bad.
Nope, not at all.
Yeah, it does have that.
There's a lot of kind of bastard contracts that don't get traded much.
Hold on. GCZ3.
Yes.
There's not that many people as far as like everybody else and other products, but it's like 90% short.
Long.
Short.
Wow.
In the tilt for gold?
For gold in the tilt. I just popped it up.
Well, there's a reason. I mean, that's an important level. I can see why a lot of people are peaked here. Now, if it breaks out and you see meaningful participation above, you go with it.
Yeah. Well, Coach Vincent's joining us here on YouTube saying we trade 6 ticks above the naked point of control in gold and found some sellers.
Hey, Juan said, how many contracts do I trade?
This naked point of control right here.
2 out the gate, and then I'll add more. I retract anything I said earlier about my rant. Except the fact the challenge that still stands. I
Too
need
many
to be,
hash browns this morning.
Yes, I know, and coffee, and I need to be more humble anyway. All lessons learned. All lessons learned.
We're having fun. We're having
I think the dog barking siege is over now.
Nice.
She found a rabbit.
The workers back there, I think, did what they were doing, and I think they're gone now. So
You know, be
she used a
glad,
lot of energy. She'll sleep for about 3 hours now.
be glad it's not like a fishing tournament in your pond.
Right?
Okay, so we're back here. No, the tilt will not be available on TradingView. The tilt will be available on something else. The question I have for you, John, is down here. It's back down here where I got long 09s and 07. Yeah. It's now pushing again. Anybody that would have got in there, you could be picking up 10 handles if you're getting or 20 handles or whatever on that move. But then now we pivoted. Now we're about 20 handles down from where it just rallied up. So it's dancing in the 20 handle. Boom, 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 boom. And I mean, I don't know.
I mean, Michael, my only thought here is it's established an early range.
Mm-hmm.
That first 30-minute range it's likely to hold unless something happens, and we're gonna have to wait till later on for that. So I'm not really in the mood to do anything here in the middle of this range. My preference would be if we get a rotation near the low or another rotation up here near the overnight high and the current regular trading hour session high, those would be my focus because I know I can limit risk. If I buy or sell it here, my risk is down here for a long and my risk is up here for a short. You know, we've got value high here at 40.29 and value low here at 15.402. So 429, 402, very narrow value area. Look what's happening now. I mean, the market is rotating through the low of value. It's going to bring value lower. You know, the 100 session moving average might be something interesting to look at. The low for the day might be something worth taking a look at, but I'm really going to be focusing on the extremes of the current daytime frame range to look for opportunities. And if only because they're short, Michael, you know, if you were looking for a long here, you're getting run over now. You got to be patient. You are?
No, I'm not in.
Oh, okay. Good.
I'm listening to my mentor, my trading buddy.
New highs in gold. New highs in gold.
Look for opportunities at the extremes.
Hey, new highs in gold, guys. I just said tilt was on 95% shorts. New highs in gold. Those
they were short
that way. I mean, we had a decent pullback, but seems like the buyers just went for coffee.
Yeah, they're squeezing the hell out of those shorts. Something to think about. Go to the crude oil right now, Hoagland. It was 80 something percent.
So we just went within a tick of weekly kickoff high in gold here. Crude.
Yeah, crude tag and settlement.
Anybody who's wondering what weekly kickoff high is, check your email every Monday morning.
And if you're not signed up for the email, go to our website, topstep.com.
Yes, smash our
overnight
website.
Inventory adjustment. Overnight inventory was short. Alex, you know, the market opened here last night. It was trading here on the open. All of this is holding overnight shorts. Those overnight shorts didn't get paid, so they bailed and brought us where? Right back to settlement.
Settlement.
Okay, so we were long up there on crude. Remember I was saying 80%, blah, blah, blah. 65 now, and you got to pull back. When I was saying 80%, again, man, I would say the folks trading gold and crude today, if I looked at P&Ls, I'd probably see more red. That's just a guess. I don't, you know, like people get out of different spots and all that kind of stuff. But,
you know, guys, we keep talking about the tilt. Can we sort of break that down? JT is asking, hey, gents, how do you get the percentage of traders to show either side?
Okay, so the tilt is an indicator that we're working with compliance on right now to get out. And it's going to be only for Topstep traders. People that trade with Topstep. It's going to be in something, behind something, so nobody can get it. So it's going to be the benefit. Nobody else has this. what's great about it is we always did this in the trading pit. You would get an understanding of the bias. They'd either talk about it in the morning or you'd see it in real time. And you're like, how do you see it? Well, broker come in, I'll buy 100, I'll buy 100, I'll buy 100, I'll buy 100. Tom's short 100, Chris is short 100. You would know.
Yeah.
And then you would see how they would trade. Now, John Hoagland always told me you could also see the whites of their eyes. And basically what that means is when the market's pressing against them, you knew and you could see, and they'd even hold like the trading card. I don't know. You guys would see the guys holding like this. And they're like, and you knew like you could see emotion. You can't see emotion.
It's like poker. Yeah.
Just like poker. Yes. Thank you, Eddie. Exactly.
You know, we used to call it the player card. I mean, you could go around the pit and say, what did Goldman do? What did Morgan do? And you'd get an idea. You know, I mean, and they could tell you. Morgan bought 700 today. Goldman sold 650. You know,
and you would hear there's other big time traders that would just be like, call it family offices or private equity, like come in and be like, hey, buy 100. I'm like, who is that? It's account number 4545. Like just some dude like that would send an order into the pit, probably off the mark, probably on a boat. The whole like guy on a boat. You guys have seen Wall Street or whatever. Just pick it like buy me or whatever. There'd be like, so you could always see and hear what people's position was. What was you didn't know what their P&L was. You didn't know if they're hedging somewhere else and all that kind of stuff. But the cool part about this, and I can roll back into the tilt, is everybody here at Topstep that's trading in the sim environment with an open position has a bias. They're either long or they're short. You can't be in between. You're long or you're short. Whether you're long 15 lots or whether you're short 15 lots, doesn't matter. Long or short is your bias. So when I say a bias, and it is a tally of all those open positions and what percentage of them are long, what percentage of them are short. That's it.
Ghost is asking, hey, could these guys, were they good actors faking their reactions to the market? I don't think that
they didn't care about us.
They didn't care. There was no time to pretend that you had a big order.
Yeah, and it's more like just for your information when you're in the trading pit, because it's not like you're like, oh, Chris is over there. Let's move the entire market just to bust him out. I mean, I'm sure there was guys, Eddie and Hoag, you guys would know, that would try to do that and probably could do that.
There was times, yes.
So the pit days, guys, that was incredible. I caught the trail end of it. It was everything you could imagine that would be awesome as a trader. It was.
In there, it's kill or be killed. Fear, that's the other guy's problem.
Yeah. All right, we got something coming up here right now. What's that? Chick, what do you got for us here?
I have the hot streak.
We got a hot streak.
So 1 second.
Okay, what is the hot streak?
They're so hot, I got to cool them off. All right, here they come.
All right. We got the hot streak. We got Andre again. Well, actually, 13 days, unlucky 13. In the express funded account, total profits 5,973, down 3,031. Mark was almost going to be pushing that 13 days. Did not happen. Total profit 4,071. But now we've got Derek E, leader of the pack right now. And check this out. Total profit 10 G's, baby. 10,492 in the express funded account. And Alex is knocking on his door with 12 days, also at 6,958. So that is our hot streak. We're going to be watching this hot streak throughout the day and see if Derek can continue, if Alex can continue, and if somebody else is just sitting right behind them.
12 days. Andre, great job. Not our Andre. Beautiful. Here. 13 days in a row. Bravo. Hey, I think let's start that. That's the record so far. Right, Eddie?
We got 13.
Let's start that as the benchmark. We'll talk about this, guys, every day to kind of root on our fellow traders. Hot streaks are awesome. If you made $2 a day, that's a winning.
13's been a lucky number for me.
13 is your daughter's. What was it? Your daughter's?
No. It was the number that my wife told me to put on the roulette table.
Roulette table.
Came in.
Oh, it wasn't too lucky for Dan Marino, but if you're talking Super Bowl, I love Dan Marino. He was my favorite quarterback.
He was he's an excellent actor in
Ace Ventura.
Ace Ventura, right?
Yeah.
All right. So, John, what levels do you have down here? We're pressing lower.
Yes.
We bounced really hard off settlement last time. Guys, look, back
Well, we had
45 minutes ago.
We had about a 20-point bounce off this 100-session moving average, and we're back to it. Be patient. Look lower.
Costs, Apple and Google not looking good. Apple and Google do make up the S&P and the NASDAQ part of it.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you for the stock update. That is helpful. Those are big, weighted, market capped type stocks.
Boy,
When they move, it does move the index.
wish we said, well, the cheap trade is the short up here. We could have taken that sucker. See, now I'm,
Here's your settlement again.
Here's
Take
the
that
low of
sucker.
the session. Let's see if we extend the range.
Oh, we're definitely extending the range, John. No,
You think so? Huh?
Nothing's
What's the tilt?
nothing's definite. Tilt's 50-50.
50-50,
Sorry, 63 short, 63%.
Okay. I figured they were probably starting to get a little short down here.
Yeah.
Wow.
No,
We're getting some decent moves here as some of these markets. I mean, especially on a day like this. I mean, let me ask you, do you think the traders are trying to get that profit, making this market move early because of the FOMC so they sit on their hands later? Or do you think this is just something natural?
to me, I mean, it's just, the gold is a technical move. The S&P is crude, NASDAQ. This was all overnight inventory to this point. Okay, we just extended the range to the downside in the NASDAQ. Where's our next interesting area? Well, last week's high or low, whatever it was, and value area high from yesterday. So we're looking a little bit deeper now if we're looking for longs.
Johnny, give me prices. I'm not looking at your screen.
So we got 356 is last week's high. Or is it the low? It's last week's high. I can't remember.
60.
Yeah.
64. 64 is the 50 period moving average. Yes, I like the simple
last week's
moving
low.
averages.
Last week's low. So you got the 50 moving average here at 364.
So 364s, you said 350 somethings. What was that?
356 is last week's low.
So anywhere around there, 350s would be a great buy. Maybe. I don't know. This is just kind of like this. I'm just stream of consciousness.
Mm-hmm. The problem with that is, you run the risk of getting into the value area special situation play, which value area high from yesterday was 353. If we start to spend some meaningful time inside or below that level, probabilities are we could bring price back to low of value, which brings us all the way down to 15,251. But I don't see that happening before the number coming out.
Before the number, no. But again, guys, this is our stream of consciousness. We're just talking out loud. Nothing here is for sure, and there's no chance in hell we know exactly where it's going.
Nobody does.
That's just a for sure bet.
And we got an overnight low right here. Overnight low is 342. So we got 342. We got 356. There's lots of visual targets down here for this market to try and target.
All right, you got your
50.
There's your 60s, 66s.
Yep,
so you got past your 50. Yeah, past your 50 moving average, and then what prices were down? 58s, 55s.
356 is last week's low.
Last week, so 356.
And then we've got value high from yesterday at 353. So that's a $3 range right there. You might be able to work a stop below the overnight low,
which is 40.
Which is 342.
Oh, well, if I got in right now, I'd be stopped out if it goes down there. So let's look for better entries.
You gotta get better trade location because of the amount of risk on that.
And why did I say stopped out? Because I have a 15 handle stop.
Right.
That's why.
Yeah, and if we get into that $3 range there, this kind of suits your wheelhouse as far as your risk appetite is concerned. But it's going to be kind of a scary trade because we came off that high and we're coming off pretty good. What's the tilt look like?
58% short, 58% in the S&P short, 81% still short in gold.
Wow.
62% long in crude oil. Well, I mean, those 60, anybody who's looking at the 50-period moving average, it did bounce off that fairly nicely.
Yeah, and it did on the 100 session up here as well, and then came all the way back down through it. So
yeah. You would have, if you got it right on the 50, we were talking about this 50-period moving average. If you would have got it right around there, the 360s, you would be already 14 handles, 13 handles in the money. That's if you're pegging the corner.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you're good for the day if you don't see it, if you don't feel it, if you just want to wait, you've done your work for the day.
Oh yeah, no, in my week's going good enough that I don't want to. But at the same time, if there's opportunity,
you got to be there.
You got to be there. But then we got to also remember, are we creating the opportunity because we forgot about FOMC? Don't forget about FOMC.
No, I can't do that.
Mornings. Yeah, FOMC mornings. It's not a bad trade today. It's not bad. Man, I'm being more patient and risk off or whatever just because FOMC, and I don't like FOMC mornings. That's why you got to see a lot of screen time, guys. You got to see a lot of screen time to understand where you trade the best, or the more you see, the more you adapt or know the opportunities either there or not there. Because
Michael, when you say handle, what are you talking about?
Handle what? Did I just say handle?
Yeah, when you're talking about a number of handles in a trade or stop.
Oh, sorry. The NASDAQ is trading 15,373. It was 15,373 quarter, 0.25. Mm-hmm. I don't say the 0.25s or the halves or the 0.75s or the evens. I say handles. So a handle's just a point. 15,373. It'd be 4 ticks exactly because a tick is a tick is $5, right? 4 ticks is $20. $20 is a point. Each point, 10 points is $200. 20 points. There's my math on the fly.
There you go.
20. Yeah,
we got inside of 10 minutes here on our crude oil inventories. Crude traders, heads up.
Yep. Yeah. Thank you, Eddie. You got to remember that. So. The legs have kind of slowed down here a little bit, haven't they?
Yes, but I'm still looking at this. New lows there. Yes.
Yeah.
Just keep an eye on this because I feel like it's going to be a little snappy. It's going to go shake out then the last of the longs, and then take it back higher. Snappy. I don't know that. I'm just feeling that, and I have just opening. I'm short NASDAQ 393.
It's feeling snappy.
Trade together. I'm short NASDAQ 15,393. Well, you have 20 something handles into it. No, 30 handles almost into it. What are you looking to do? How much are you looking to make? What are you risking? These are big questions that I would ask anybody when they get into position. Knowing your outs is, just as important, if not more, than getting your entry. I don't know. Like the whole point is like you got to get great entries. If you're risking I'll just go me. If you're risking 15 handles and I'm looking to make 15 handles, that's a 1-to-1 risk reward ratio. I got to be right more than 51% of the time to be making money. W's, blues on the thing. I just had fun with these posting notes. So that's called keeping the math on your side. So who was that trader again that said that? You asked a question about where should you get in or should you get out, but you already have like 30 handles into it. So I'm just going to kick the question back to you. What were you looking to risk when you first got in? Let's just start with that. What were you looking to risk when you first got in? Trade together. That's a question for you. What did you risk? What were you risking when you first got in? If you said I didn't have a stop, I didn't have anything, then we need to have a trading plan. Hey, who is watching our chat on Topstep that can drop in a link to our trading checklist? Thank you.
Yeah, we did that earlier. I was just going to mention that right now.
Yeah.
I think those questions, you can answer those on that checklist.
Mm-hmm.
We get that link in there. Something that you need to use.
Where's that link at?
There it is.
Oh, there it is. James Harden, is that you?
Yeah.
James is a kick-ass guy at Topstep.
That's a very good checklist. And this is stuff that we have sort of accumulated throughout the years. What is good on a checklist? We didn't just sort of sit down with a 13-pack and say, let's put it together. This is something that has been put together throughout the years from our standpoint, our perspective, and your perspective, what you wanted on it. So check it out. I mean, this is it's pretty good.
There's James. JD, you're doing awesome. Thank you. Hey, James. Raimundo, if you ask yourself that question that we were just talking about, then you should get out of your trade. So trade together. There's a trader helping another trader right there. Get out of your trade if you don't know where, and you're already in the money. And then get that checklist. Fill out that checklist, which has a trading plan, which says how much do you want to risk on your trades. Once you say I'm going to risk $500 on a trade, or whatever it may be, then you can start to work from there, and you should at least be making $500 on your average winner. Should be $500 if you're risking $500. That's just my suggestion, but to each his own. But
Yeah.
have a
5
trade
minutes remaining.
All right, crew traders, you got a handful of minutes here. Looking last year,
Let's watch.
38. Yeah, we'll keep an eye here.
The link to the checklist doesn't work. Is that true? You guys all should have that checklist. It's very, very good. I have a trading plan. It's in my notebook. It's in my safe. I've had one when I first started. It said how much I'm going to risk on a trade. When I make so much, what I'm going to do. And then like the noble causes, like why am I doing this? Well, I'm going to do this so I can do this, take care of my family, give back, and all that kind of stuff. I had it all in there. And it's just very good to like, some people put pictures of boats and all that. That wasn't for me. So trading plan is key. Very, very important. If you don't have that, you're planning. What's that line? Plan to fail? If you don't have a plan, you're...
Plan your trade, trade your plan.
Yeah, but there's also one about like, if you don't have a plan, you're planning to fail or something like that.
Yeah, if you don't have a plan, you're planning to fail.
There you go. Yeah,
There you go.
That's it.
So anyway, this crude oil inventory is now last. The previous was positive 3,954,000. They're looking at a draw, negative 2.2 million. And we've got about inside 3 minutes here. So check, double check, triple check. If you are a crude trader and do not want to have a position on, CYA, cover your butt. Okay. Double check, triple check. It doesn't cost anything, except if you got that position on you didn't want, it's going to cost you.
Yep. Guys, I love it. Fail to prepare to fail. Fail to plan. Oh, look at all the different ways you could say this, which is, I like always trade for tomorrow is a big line I always say, which is just live to trade another day. All that kind of stuff. So that's another one. I have it on the wall over there. Always trade for tomorrow. Always trade for tomorrow. Don't let whatever you do today keep you from being there tomorrow. That means be smart, be disciplined.
Don't eat beans if you're going to sleep in a sleeping bag. I like that one. That's a good one.
All right, so we're back down here again, sort of in the
crude up here now. Let's take a quick look here.
Sorry, not the crude. the NASDAQ. Okay, Michael
There it is.
Martin. I'm short from 418, Martin. Hell yeah. Targeting 342.
That's nice. That's nice.
Nice. That's a good entry.
Overnight low he's targeting.
Overnight low, Martin. Is that what
Low.
you Okay. John just said the overnight low's there as well.
Hey,
You're
guys,
targeting overnight low.
before the crude number, we should get Dan in here.
Let's get Danny in here real quick here. We've got about 2 minutes. Dude, where's the crude? I get Danny here. Let's bring him in here. All right, so crude with Danny. Danny, we've been watching your levels here. We got a number coming out here in about inside of 2 minutes.
We do. Actually, I got to talk about one of my favorite trades took place this morning. Hoag and I have talked about this one for years, closing the gap to settlement price. It's nice when the crude oil right now is opening up below settles, and we're able to catch a little rally. It took me a little while to get in it. I waited for somewhat of a pullback on that pop after 8:30. Got in a pullback and was able to lock in a nice little chunk of money.
Nice.
Yeah, so we've got API yesterday. It was a draw of 5.25 million barrels, more than expected. And then we've got expectations today of another draw on EIA. So fundamentally, we can consider that to bring these markets higher.
Hey, 61, just so Danny, we were talking about crude, is coming out right now. 62% of folks are long.
Okay.
Danny, what do you think about where price is now? It's up against that lower trend line of your Daniel.
Well, I can show you. Well, I'm from. I got out there.
That's your exit, right?
I bought
You're not doing anything now.
I bought it at. I ended up getting in at 10s. I tried to buy at 03s, and I was looking for a move back to settlement price.
Hold on, you're up at G. You're up at
Here we
G
go
today?
there.
Yeah.
All right.
Nice job, Danny.
Crude oil inventories
So I was looking for this market. Here we go. We got
coming
numbers
in
coming
negative. We got a negative 2,135,000. So it's pretty close to what they were talking about.
Yeah, so we've got that's what I was looking for this morning. I saw the market started to rally off of point of control down here. I really liked the position. I didn't want to get in long down there, so I went to buy 03s as we accepted over $90. My order got rejected. My risk manager had me locked up for a minute, so I ended up getting in at 10s, and we caught 10s up to settlement price. So it wasn't a bad little move there.
Is that live markets, live trades?
Yes, this is live.
Yeah, you can see.
All right.
Yeah, so
Gasoline
when I look
inventories.
at some of
I'm
my
sorry.
stuff here, I have a lot of lines going on. It looks confusing. It looks gibberish, but in reality, like this is how I break down my markets. This is how simple it is for me. Yesterday, we took the short up top. We broke it down. Take a buy here. And all I'm looking for is to find one of these extremes. The market's getting close, and I'm taking a trade off of it. So this is my first week trading the Nov contract here, and that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for simple, and we're up $2,000 so far this week.
Nice.
Hard to beat that.
That's a good one. Real quick here, gasoline inventories negative 831,000. We're looking at 317, and distillate stocks negative 2,867,000. So there's your 930 crude numbers.
I mean,
Danny,
John, what's up, Michael?
You want me to send you some Post-it notes so then you can start this?
I don't want to embarrass you.
Whoa!
All right. F the challenge of the CEOs. Danny, you and I. Here we go.
I mean, here's the thing, Michael. I'm a little more controlled on my downside risk than you are.
You can see all my trades, so yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you can see mine too.
Yeah, I don't get into there. There's a lot of red. There's a lot of red on that.
Good thing
Well,
we're not
here's
in the
what
shower.
here's what I'm liking, Hoag. I'm liking the rejection at settlement price. Now, if there wasn't a number coming out at 9:30 on this, to me, that's a great opportunity. And I'll tell everyone a lot about settlement price. Number one, it was the first thing ever taught to me why settlement price is important. I used to ask my dad all the time, Dad, why is settlement price important? He goes, it doesn't matter. It just is. So like when I started looking at these things at 17, that's what he told me. I didn't understand it. And I had to learn as I got older. And you got to keep in mind, any position trader, they run settlements at the end of every day based off their position to tell them how much money they made or lost. So that settlement price is that neutral point for them to say where they're at on the start or end of each day. So if they're net long or net short their position, depending on where the market is from settlement price, they may be looking to work price through and past settlement to get back into the money. They may be trading in a way to get out of it. So, they're thinking about their major position based off of the prior day settlement price. Settlement becomes a really interesting level. And today it's playing out really nicely as a great rejection when it comes to settlement. So I really love that. When settlement comes into play, I'm a happy camper.
There you go.
I'm a happy camper when you come on here, Dan. Dan, you talk about the crude oil really well. I like how you explain it. And those that don't know, Danny has a foundation of trading. So as we all get to know trading and all the things that he's saying, you're like, hey, Danny looks pretty young. How the hell does he know all this? Because his dad was a big trader in the floor, and he's on the floor. And all he's ever been around was either A, traders, or B, trading. So
I mean, I'm not that young anymore.
Yes, you are, Danny.
The beard's getting gray. The hair's falling out. I'm officially mid-30s.
Gravity hit the crotch area.
Danny.
I don't know. My knees hurt. I grunt when I get out of bed in the morning. Oh,
You're getting there, man.
Danny, is $1,000 day a good day?
I think any day above water is a good day.
There you go. Second best day is a scratch day. We say it all the time, guys.
I mean, if you scratch your trades, let's be realistic. Like, if you scratch a trade, you're probably better than 90% of traders in the world that day.
Yep.
Like, based off just the historical facts of trading. I don't like people telling me, well, I only made $800 today, it wasn't a good day, or I only made $200 today, it wasn't a good day. Don't bring that to me. You can tell me it wasn't a good day if you were up like $5,000 and then you traded like a fool. And you did the moron trade, Hoag, and you were up 5. The next thing you know, you're closing out with like $200 plus on the day. Fine, you can tell me that was not a good day, but it's still a decent day if you're making money.
Yeah.
Yes, and that's what Danny's saying, that because Danny has talked to probably thousands of traders. I've talked to thousands of traders, and you hear them, and this is straight up. Like, you hear them, I only made $800 today. I'm like, oh my God. Okay, so we're gonna have this conversation. It's just a repeat conversation all the time. It's like, $800 is a great day, bud. Like,
great day.
You're the first one that just beat yourself up, because the P&L right there is going to credit your account, and it's going to be $800. So that's already saying, good job, Tom. And I'm saying to you, hey, you did awesome, Tom. And Tom, you need to say to yourself, that's awesome. But you're the first one that says that's not awesome. So psychology and talking down to yourself like that, you got to be careful with that. So that's again why we have Tradertainment, or TopstepTV, which is like Tradertainment, which is about traders helping other traders. We're all in the living room or trading room or whatever, just shooting the breeze and uplifting each other. So Dan, great $1,000 day, kick ass, love it.
I'll tell you, the best part about this world, that this accessibility to trading now, is the cost to do it. I can tell you, back on the floor days, we used to say you had to make $1,000 a day just to be a scratch trader, because it cost you $1,000 to show up to work. It cost you $1,000 if you didn't show up to work. That was your cost there. Moving into an office, hey, big savings. It added up to about $500 a day for desk fees. So you had minimums you had to make. This is a whole different world. We got to make a couple $100 a month to cover some internet and some computers or whatever it is. I think it's a great opportunity.
Yeah, $50 to get into 50K. $50 to get into 50. Don't tell me like it's, oh, you guys' prices are high. Man, I had to pay $1,500 for desk fees at a prop firm. Like, the trading's not free. There's a lot of cost here. Platforms, data.
You had some pretty reasonable desk fees.
Yeah, I paid.
You had to buy a seat or lease a seat. You had to put $50,000 in a T-bill up with your clearing firm, so you were protecting them.
Yep.
I mean, the barrier to entry is so much lower now than it was then.
It's peanuts.
I had to pay more than $10,000 a month in desk fees.
I did too, Jack, and I worked for my dad.
Jack, you're a little quiet. 10,000 in desk fees. That's what you pay.
Yeah.
Same, and I worked for my dad.
So, guys, that's the lesson here is trading is more accessible than ever. It doesn't mean like it's going to be any easier than it was when Jack had to pay 10. Jack, is the market's easier now than it was when you were making or had to come up with 10 just to break even a month?
We weren't trading outrights, so there was a lot of other. I'll do a breakdown sometime. We'll do a segment of how I ended up paying more than $10,000 a month in desk fees.
I'd love to see that.
Hey, Market Stalkers is here. Deanna's here.
By the
We're
way,
going to be talking to her one-on-one here at 11 o'clock. Looking forward to seeing you, Deeyana.
Deeyana, yes. I'm looking.
By the way, no shout out for my new sweatshirt I just got. I put it on.
I've been wearing that one for years, Danny.
You haven't. It just came out on the site.
That's the one they shipped to you. They shipped you Michael's actual sweatshirt.
Oh, yeah, that's why it stinks, huh?
We have such,
got it in the mail this morning.
I mean, we have such a good marketing team that they'll send me this stuff and be like, do you like this? Just try it on, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yes, that.
All right, guys.
It's also group coaching today. A lot of the questions that we get in this chat kind of go away too quickly for us to answer. But if you have specific questions, email that email, and we'll address them at noon after Power Players. So looking forward to seeing everybody there too.
Man, I really wish it wasn't a number this morning, because the short right at settlement price would have just been a great opportunity.
Dan, I was trying to point out the lower trend line from the Daniel.
I know.
Right up there.
The only reason I'm not is because at 9:30 was the number, and that's where we were at 9:30.
Right.
I loved it. That was a perfect end-to-end value area trade right there.
Right.
Inside trade. Fade value, you want to talk about you want to talk about excitement. It's seeing trades like setups like that. Now, obviously, when it's a number, I'm sitting on my hands during a number. That's why I was out by what time? I don't even know. By 9:03, I was out of my trade. But what a setup! What a trade!
ICT must be agreeing with you. He said it was nice. It was nice.
It was a nice setup. Breaks off my Daniel, which happens to be right at value high, which happens to be right at moving averages, which happens to be right at, it's like stars align, but we got a number, so I can't do anything. That's okay. That's okay. No FOMO.
All right, Danny, get out of here. We got to talk crude oil or NASDAQ.
Yeah, I'm out. See you guys.
I want to get a position now.
We'll see you, Danny. Thank you, man.
Take care.
Thanks, Dan.
Somebody just said something about my Lord Wood Slinger. We need that hat that Michael's wearing to be on the site. All you need to do is become a funded trader. We're going to be coming out with these. This same Topstep funded trader. And then right there, it says the 5K club when you take payouts of 5K or more. Same emblem right there, or seal, and then same one that you're going to see on your certificate. And we're going to be working out something here soon that when you take a total of X amount in payouts, you achieve certain things. And these certain things are not not gamified or anything. It's just be like, hey, congrats, awesome,
cool.
Mm-hmm. I'll give you an example. One of them's a pin. The pin looks just like that. Maybe we could drop it in there. We'll eventually be handing these out. But if you get 100 days on the mountain skiing, they give you a little pin. It says 100 days. It's so cool. So I got that, and I'm like, these are awesome. I worked towards this. 100 days was very, very hard. And you're exhausted and all that, but you get this little pin, right? When you go through the turnstile at the Aspen Snowmass ski mountain, you go, how many days do I have there? You're at 100, and everybody starts cheering to give you a pin. So that's why we want to take that concept and bring it to what we call a payout club. And we're really here, we're really here to TopStep's here to get you in a position to get funded. We love getting traders to the funded level, but more so we love it when traders get paid out, because that's the fruits of your labor. So,
and if you want to get to those fruits of the labor, Banjo Nestor is asking how to get an account. Please just go to topstep.com and just follow along. It should walk you through the process. It'd be great to have you with us. For those that do not have a Topstep account, shame on you.
Right. Fred Decker, when you were in college in the 80s, you wrote the CBT asking for about an entry-level job. You know what's so funny about that? When I was 18, I sent letters to every CNBC, Art Cashman, stuff like that. Hey, I'll work for you for free. And then I came to Chicago. I'm like, I will pay you to like, that's pretty much what I was saying, to let me sit next to you.
And
now we have
paid.
Yeah, exactly. So now we have TopstepTV. You're literally sitting next to somebody, and it's completely free. So there's one little like opportunity checkbox I can hear and talk to and get my questions asked by other traders, not only us, but ones in the chat, and also ones that come on. That Deeyana, she's going to be great. Power players coming up here.
Yes.
Group coaching coming up here. Who's the group coach? Who's the coach today?
Me.
Yeah. See,
Johnny.
Me.
Moi.
Fred Decker, you and I were the same thing, going for free entry into getting knowledge. Well, we got that right here, right now.
So, Michael, look at the NASDAQ. We talked about the idea. It seemed to be kind of slowing down a little bit on this move. The first hour of trade is the initial balance. It has been established. Look at the little risk we had if we had an opportunity to buy it down here. And we did have an opportunity, maybe in the last 15 minutes. But we'd be, sitting in 20 points right now.
I know.
So.
I've seen a lot of good moves in here. If you're short, quick, 10, 15 handle, trader.
So, a lot of folks are just waiting for 1 o'clock now. So is there going to be enough energy to extend the range beyond the initial balance?
That's what I was just going to ask. John, I like it. 67% of folks are long right now. You got a lot of those. You got the 100 period that's pushing through right now.
Yeah, but we're right in the middle of the range. So this is like not a good place.
I'm going to bring it down to a 1 lot. I want to get short up here, the 90 somethings.
Okay. About half back. Maybe that could be something interesting.
Yeah, if we're going to dance down, if it wants to stay down here towards settlement, which during FOMC mornings, I'm not looking for too many like extreme moves away from settlement. Typically, I don't know, just like what's going to drive it. You're waiting for information. So
approximately half the day is right around 400, 15,400.
Yeah, okay. 95s, 98s, 400s, 92s are all areas that I may put a short on if it comes up to there. If it doesn't, oh well. Obla di, obla da.
Life goes on.
Life goes on. It's a great
Hey, Michael, what do we got in the tilt? Looking at gold again here, because we're very close to possibly topping the top here.
Man, 91s would have been a great short. Sort of. 85% short. 85% short. Gold, 85% short.
Really?
Look at this weekly kickoff high, just sticky. Very difficult to get through so far.
Oh, man.
What is that level, John?
It's 1965.
Ah,
It's
that's
the year
right.
you were born.
The year I was born. Yeah. Push, Mrs. Horn. Push.
Paul Gonzalez.
I got Paul.
Yeah, Paul. The hats. Yeah, we're working on it. Internationally. It gets pretty damn expensive. So we're wondering if we should pass that on, or we don't want to pass it on because it's for a funded trader that actually gets funded and then hits the 5K club or more. So we're working that out. Payout club, sneak peek. If you're on TopstepTV listening, you're going to hear a lot of things that probably marketing and the product team don't want me saying. in advance in advance of what they do.
All right.
Okay, so that's short. John, I was looking to get short up there, and I was going to put a one lot on, and it was going to be short-lived, and it would have been around 90s if I would have just not talked to you and just put it on, which is my point is I'm glad I talked to you because I like the 95s and the evens up there better. But you would have had your 15 handles in that one again, or 13 or whatever.
Well, I mean, we were looking for this to remain demand. Now it's looking more like supply coming from the other direction.
Is it?
So, but that's about half back. That's that 400 level. Puts us in the middle of that. Okay. So you'll get another opportunity, I'm sure of it.
Yeah. It's going to push up higher. It's going to press it. Hey, Drone King, hell of a day. 2,400.
Nice.
Yeah.
If you don't keep that in your pocket, no, you already said you're done for the day. I really appreciate you following up on that one, Drone King. Everybody, Drone King, nice job. I assume this is the end of your day. Yep, end of my day. At the end of my day. There you go, Drone King. That is how you take money home. I'm up small for the day, but I'm enjoying being up.
You're up.
ICT, is that a question to everybody? Or if it's a question to me, do you have a minimum handle you want before you enter? Move wise, I mean, I don't want to be in the middle of the range, but then minimum handle outside. No, I'm not really thinking about that too much. I have what I'm looking to take profits on. If I'm maybe if I'm answering the question wrong, let me know. Take profit. I have a handle, 15 handles. Stop. I have 15 handles. That's really where. And then I'm just looking for great entries. And then if I miss them, I dilute. The power of FOMO has no power over Michael. So that's why I talk to John and I'm on here and I help him, or he helps me understand better trade positions. That short was incredible, John.
Yeah.
So you guys, we're talking.
I was looking for it to come a little bit higher up, but we didn't get that opportunity.
I just accidentally centered my screen and got long one. Now I'm out. $10. That right there cost me $10 plus commissions, plus clearing, plus all that. That's why like mistakes in this business are so damn costly.
You don't want to become the accidental trader. You fat finger something, just get out of it.
Just get out of it. And then we get people that do email every now and then, hey, I accidentally did this, I accidentally did that, or in the world of trading, you have to own it. Unless it's a true like, hey, system's down, then our partner platform that we use, yes, I know if we use them, we have to be like, why do you guys use them if they're not reliable? Well, anything can happen in this world, and we're using software, and we're on the internet. There's two things, and then you have internet, and then you have a desktop computer that could go out. All these things, like these little things could happen, like my desktop just burned out. Okay, well, I have an open position. Okay, well, hopefully you have stops in that position.
We always say ACH, anything can happen.
Or always cover your ass. So always be protected when stuff like that happens too. Yes.
CYA.
CYA.
Yeah. Inner Circle Trader says he's got a better way to phrase that question. If there's a minimum number of handles you would like to make on the setup before you enter the trade.
No, I mean, no. Minimum number of handles on the setup. No, not. I mean, like, I'm not looking for. Yeah, I guess I am because I mean the Nasdaq. I've been talking about that. The Nasdaq it moves handles, and when I'm looking at like that short position that I was just looking at up there, that would have been great. But I was looking for like the 95s, and it was trading 91s. I think that was the high of the move. And I was looking for 98s. I'll say 95s, 98s, 90 evens, and I missed it by 4 handles. But I was looking for that to go up more handles. So yeah, yes, I do, because I like certain areas, and then I like to understand if it starts to extend past the area that I like, then I'm like I really like it, so to speak, because I think I'm going to get a great entry. So in that case, we were trading 90s and we were looking for evens. So 10 handle. I was looking for 10 handle more move out of it. So yeah, I think that's a good question. But yeah, because I have been talking out the trade in that fashion. And then the NASDAQ does move in these little 10, 15 handles. Boom, boom, boom.
All right. You've got a lot of people here watching today, guys, and over 900. And that like button's a little shy. I'm going to say, hey, if we can get 800 likes today, Jack's going to give away a hoodie, a Topstep hoodie to you. So let's get that number up. You got to play. You got to play Top Quiz.
To 800 people tonight. So much. That's a bigger investment than I think we want to make right now.
Okay, well then let's go. We'll go 700. 700 likes.
No.
We'll go 600. Okay, we get 12 likes. I'll come over and cut your grass.
Sure. Eddie, when we make these proclamations, we have to have a way to get it out too. I don't know that at the moment we have a way to pick someone random who's in there, unless we like throw a form in there.
They've got to play Top Quiz.
Oh, they already get prizes on Top Quiz. So you're going to add
right. So we're just going to add it in there.
Okay.
I'll do it as a random one.
Right. Correct.
Okay. We can do that.
Right. That's what I meant. So anyway, those hoodies they're badass, man.
You
nice,
got a hoodie.
thick. It's time for the season, and they are badass. So let's get those likes up there, folks, and make sure that you're playing Top Quiz today, and you'll be in the running for that.
Well, our south of the equator viewers right now may not want the hoodie, Eddie. They might want a tank top.
We can do that. We can do that. Maybe a tank top and a hat or something to your liking. I didn't think of that. Boy, it gets hot down there, don't it?
Uh-huh. I went skiing on the 4th of July. Ripped it that day. Bariloche, Argentina.
Jeez.
It was so fun.
4th of July skiing.
Don't cry for me.
Don't cry.
Water skiing.
Argentina.
Hey, Hoag, see your end of it. What's the minimum amount of ticks you want to target to enter a trade?
It's for me. It's always about what's the risk. Okay, where does price have to go to prove the trade wrong? How close to that can I get into it? But I don't even think about taking a trade unless I can really reasonably and probably expect a 2-to-1 reward over risk. So, if my risk is 15 ticks, I'm looking to get 30 ticks on the trade.
You gotta love my wife. She's texting me. Thanks for working so hard. I love that. I'm gonna get her on sometime, guys, because we talk real estate, and we talk real estate because she now, ever since the economy become such a hot topic with inflation and all that stuff in the last couple of years, she's like, that's all we talk about. She now listens to all these podcasts.
Is she still an interior designer?
I mean, not by trade, but she does it.
She does a great job, man. She puts some cool stuff together.
Can you tell her to call my wife and tell my wife to call me and tell me that?
Right. She's so damn good at it, and she's good at it because here's a little trick and here's a little secret. She gets storage units in LA, and she stays on Facebook Marketplace all the time and looks for $10,000 couches that somebody moves because they're rich and famous, and then they
just get rid of it,
and they just dump it, and then she just always keeps the storage unit, and then we get a Penske, load it all up, and then she finds a property that this is what we've always done. This is what I've always done in trading. I've taken money, put it in real estate, and become like we do. This is her business that she runs that I invest in. She has luxury rentals, and they're just beautiful places. And then she's like, "Oh, that one," and she loves deals. So, and she's got a mover there, a guy great little trick of the trade to find furniture is the most expensive thing in the world.
Good furniture, yeah.
Good for
yeah, no IKEA stuff, huh?
Ashley Furnish. I don't know. That was okay.
No wicker for fat people, please.
Yeah. She used to, when we first started dating, she came over to my house. She's like, dude, you ever like furniture's like bulky and big? And I'm like, what? Furniture's furniture. She's like, no. And then she started helping me up my game. 76 even. So the 91s would have been nice. Big sell off. You just go back to a 5-minute chart. Yeah, NASDAQ. There you go. Can you go 5-minute real quick?
Sure.
Just so we can see the range that we're in the 5-minute. It's really from 62 to like 90s. I mean, that's what is that? 90s, 80s, 70s, 20 handles here and there, here and there, here and there, here and there. So now we're pushing the low downside. See this? A stop run. Oh, I'm looking at the ladder. Sorry, guys. Ladder. When you're watching the ladder, you can see stops being run, but you also see it in these little spike downs. Those are stops. I always think they're stops.
And so here's that last week's low.
What we're at right here, right now?
Yes. 356.75, 357, basically.
There was a 30 lot sitting down there right at the 57s. 30 lots. There was. I think it got lifted or hit.
Well, gold pushed a new high. We got past that 165 level. Little pullback right now. Got 65.30 last.
Hey, Jack, roll over to my screen when you can, because Zeke trades Michael which ladder? The dome.
This.
There you go. Ooh, John,
Depth of market. Dome. DOM.
Yeah, those 57s would have been nice. But again, it's only 5 handles above the 57. So to me, it's doing a dance still close to where you could have got a great entry from last week's low or overnight low. What was that?
I think it was last week's low.
Last week's low is 57. 357?
Yeah. Yes. Let me double check. I want to make sure here.
So
I moved that line a little bit by accident, but
so if you're playing that, you're feeling pretty good.
That's correct.
Okay. So if you're playing that, you're feeling pretty good, but you're not that far in the money right now. So to me, it's dancing close to your entry. If you've got the 57s, the 60s, or you try to get close to last week's low. To me, it's still showing some weakness. It didn't. So, I mean, it's yeah. So here you go. You went from a guy with a great entry to a guy that's now like right there, right now. Only 3 handles in the money. I'm playing the game as if we got long around the 57s, 58s, 59s, 60s. You're only 5 handles in the money. Now you're scratching it. So to me, this is what I call dance, where it dances around your entry. To me, it still wants to go lower. Anybody short NASDAQ?
Taking a look here. Yeah, let's share our positions here. Anybody short NASDAQ? Anybody long gold? Anybody short crude? What's your position?
Anybody trading?
Is anybody out there?
I haven't been talking about the tilt because the tilt hasn't done anything. 55-45. 55% of folks are short right now.
Yeah, still short. Michael Martin's still short. DH, yes, I am. Tom's short. Grouter's short.
65-50s. 65.
Hassan.
65 half. Okay, cool.
Short. Eric short. Alonzo short. DK is long in the crude. Tom is long in gold. She shorts. Say that 10,000 times fast. I'm short NASDAQ. Elite Trading short. Okay.
Thanks for sharing, guys. This is good. This should not affect anybody's decision here. If anybody's like, this is distracting. I'm hearing this guy's are long and short is distracting. It's just information. No different than any information that we're going to talk about. And it's traders talking about their trading. In the end, you're the one clicking the button to sell or to get short or long or whatever.
Remember, stick to your game plan. That's what it's about. It's not what somebody else sees or wants to do. It's what you want to do in your game plan. And remember, we had that checklist that we shared. Mr. Harden, if you can share that one more time. For those that are joining us, I know we've got some bigger numbers here, new people. We offer this checklist. Check it out. It's got some valuable questions throughout the day that you can be sort of checking off and following along with. So have that. Thank you very much. Boy, that's super service, man.
I think it's JD doing it.
JD?
If it is, JD.
Thanks, JD. Awesome. My man.
Okay. Hey, I had a great entry at 57, pushing on it. It still hasn't, see the 10 handle? It didn't pop more than 15 handles. It popped literally about 9 or 8. So that's, to me, still not total conviction that the markets are firming up yet. So let's keep an eye on this. Those shorts, I like you guys short, but it's still dancing down here. So what does it want to do? What does it want to do?
So there was a question in the chat, and I think this is a good thing for us to kind of discuss in group coaching. Somebody suggested we fill out that checklist, and we're going to do that in group coaching today.
Hell yeah, Johnny, good call. The Wiz,
yes.
No, we have not done shoulder tap. John, that's a great call.
Yeah, it's a great question, great idea. So we're going to do that today.
If you already have a trading plan, just tune in anyway. Maybe you can dial yours in.
And, there's nothing that's ever set in stone in one of these trading plans. I mean, they're living documents. You're going to find things that you're going to learn about that might help you more than something that's currently on there. So it's really just it's a living, breathing document. And it's one of the most important things I like about it and about my checklist is accountability. I have to do it in order to play.
Hey, John, we're making new lows now. See, guys, we were just talking about long or shorts. To where are you going to cover? So start talking about covers, guys. All those shorts that are in there. I know it's only moved like 8, 10 handles or whatever, but what levels are down here again, John?
Well, now we're into value. We're into value from yesterday. We spend a reasonable time down here. I mean, this could continue to push lower. Again, I don't think it's highly likely to do so. And then markets love to make a liar out of me because we're waiting for information, right? But just the fact that we're spending time below value high from yesterday shows a potential of acceptance of lower pricing and a potentially bigger move to the downside. Now, here's the NASDAQ on the T4.
John, really quickly, why are people saying, and I like it, guys, there's a lot of you saying 15,338, 15,338, 15,338. See a lot of those. Why?
Need my glasses, hang on.
Right. We got Trey in the green room. So when you guys are ready, he is on the meter. We'll get him in here.
Kind of an afternoon pullback low down there that I can see, and it's kind of a low volume node from yesterday that could be targeted. Okay, Trey. Okay.
Oh, you heard me. Okay.
Well, Michael asked a question. I just wanted to finish it, so sorry to interrupt.
Hey, Eddie, family first, markets first.
Trey is family.
Trey is family, but markets are first here on Topstep TV.
All right, just wanted to make sure you heard me. All right, let's take a little time out here, a couple seconds, and we'll get Andre on here with Shop Talk.
Heads up.
You're in.
Greetings, Andre.
What's up?
Welcome aboard, sir.
What's happening?
Can I get you a drink?
Not yet. After this Fed decision, maybe. We'll see how it goes.
All right. I'm saving you a drink.
Yeah. What's that?
Saving you a drink, my friend.
Appreciate that. How's it going so far?
Up a little. Yeah. Danny Hodgman. So crude, Danny. So crude. Up a G.
Nice. Well, he doesn't have to worry about the Fed so much. He's just, what was he getting long?
Good question.
Yeah.
What was it?
Yeah, he got long.
Yeah.
The move back up to settlement, overnight inventory adjustment. He caught a part of that. He caught a piece of that.
Good job, Dene.
Yep.
That's what we
Stand for Danny.
What's happening? So we got Fed today. You guys gonna be trading it, or you guys gonna have to do Topstep stuff?
Michael did a couple of trades, but I haven't done anything in Topstep stuff.
After this, I have Topstep stuff.
Yep.
Nice. Well, I think I'll be on here when the decision comes out. So if you guys want to join for that,
Yes.
we're doing some play-by-play and watching the markets and trying to analyze what Powell's trying to say or what he's trying to indicate to the markets and all the players. So you can join later today. We'll be on here doing the play-by-play on that. So with that being said, let's kind of have a game plan going into FOMC decision here in about 3 hours. So
how does a trader prepare for something like this? What should a trader be thinking about?
Right. Well, so basically, we know what time it's we know what time the decision's coming out, and it is largely expected. I mean, it's 99% certain that they are going to remain unchanged. Okay, so we know that going into it. So if it comes out unchanged, we sit on our hands and we watch the HFTs, the algos are going to go crazy. It's going to get super thin. The markets are going to be whipping around. We're not making a play. Okay, we're going to watch. We're going to let all those orders get out of the way, and they're going to watch to see where the market settles. And most likely, it's going to be whippy and choppy and pretty much untradeable, if you ask me, from my experience. And after that, we're going to wait for the Jerome Powell press conference, which comes out a half hour after, 1:30 Chicago time, 2:30 Eastern time, and we're going to have to see what he has to say. Obviously, they're going to stay on hold today. I'm reading a lot of places. They're going to what's called a hawkish pause. We're going to pause today, but then the rhetoric from the press conference is going to come out hawkish. What does hawkish mean? There's two ways the Fed can speak, either hawkish or dovish. Hawkish is when they come out with, we're going to fight inflation with a hawkish tone. We're going to, right, Joe or Hoag, what's a good way to explain hawkish? It's you're fighting. They want anti-inflation, right?
Yeah, they're hawkish. They want to raise rates.
Raise rates, thank you. And then dovish means they want to relax or lower rates. So obviously, dovish is not in play today.
Do they just want the market to think that they're going to do stuff a little bit too? Like
exactly,
they do the hawkish talk. They do the hawkish talk to try to kind of like press on things, right?
It does press on things. It's an effective tool to not actually have to raise rates. They can kind of talk hawkishly and then get rates to rise. I mean, the 10 and 5 years right now are like, recent highs. So, I mean, the hawkish tone is definitely working and getting rates higher, but eventually they're going to have to raise the rates if they can't get inflation in check. So we're going to keep it tuned to see what their tone is. But yeah, hawkish pause seems to be the theme or what's expected. We're going to pay attention to his language very closely. He's going to have prepared remarks, and he's going to probably talk about the labor market cooling, which we've seen recently. He's probably going to talk about inflationary pressures such as energy prices bleeding into everyday prices, CPI and PPI. Core PCs, another one of their favorite numbers they like to watch. They're going to talk about economic growth still being somewhat strong. So there might be a little wiggle room for them to raise rates if economic growth is strong because they can press into that a bit. And then also, does the Fed still need more time to let the previous rate hikes take effect and bleed into, fight inflation now? So that's kind of what we're going to watch with his prepared remarks. Then he's going to get the normal questions from the media, the assembled media. They're going to ask him what he sees in the future. What kind of headwinds is the Fed facing? Things along those lines. So that's basically what we're keeping an eye on. But they craft this statement so carefully that the markets know what they're looking for. Also, when that prepared statement comes out, keep in mind the algos and HFTs are locked into that. They're scraping the text off of Bloomberg and stuff, and they're making trades based off of certain keywords. So basically, sit on your hands, let the market play out. Eventually, the market will pick a direction, which way to go. And days like today, this is where you can catch runners. But you got to be trade light, be nimble. If you're taking pressure, taking heat on a trade, get the hell out because there'll be another opportunity around the corner. So, it's okay to swing and miss a couple times, but when you do catch one, I mean, this is when you let winners ride.
Damn, Dre, tell me how you really think.
Man.
Yeah.
Shit, man. I love these days, man. I get fired up for Fed Day.
I know.
Marcus,
so, guys, No, there's so much stuff in there that's so good for any trader because that's what we're doing. FOMC comes out, we are digesting all that. It is good to have Powell on your audio, hearing what's saying. That's always good. It's always good, like Dre said, keep it light and keep it tight. Like, hey, I'm going to widen stuff up. Man, be very, very careful because it's like it can seek out these also algos and bots. They are scraping. These things are very sophisticated.
They're faster.
Very yes, smarter.
Faster, not smarter.
Typically.
Keep in mind your entries are not going to be perfect in the trade this afternoon by any means. Your entries are not going to be perfect, so you're going to have to. I'm going to widen my stops up a bit, and you're going to have to take a little heat. That's why I dumbed down the size. I traded much lighter, knowing that my risk parameters are going to have to widen, but also my profit targets are going to widen as well. So that's kind of how you adjust and you adapt. And what I'm expecting to be a pretty volatile trade here in a few hours. So I trade light in the morning. Actually, I haven't made a trade yet, and we're basically waiting for this afternoon. I'm going to make a couple calls to some of my other trader friends, see what they're thinking, see if we're in alignment as far as what to expect. And this is what we trade for. This is why we do this.
So you have trading buddies. See, guys, everybody that's been in this business for a long time finds a trading buddy. It's just so important.
You guys are my trading buddies too.
Dre, what if it's a big nothing burger?
Yeah, good question. If it's a nothing burger, then I'm sitting on my hands. Yeah, I gotta sit on my hands. Know? What's that?
How will we know if it's a big nothing burger?
The market will tell us. I think
you get a little bit of a knee jerk and it'll just go back to where it was.
Yeah, I'll be frustrated as hell if that happens, but it's definitely a possibility. And the market will tell you. I mean, if we do knee jerk and we stay in the same range, then it's a nothing burger. It's a dud of a day. So,
because the market likes to make a liar out of me, I'm going to say that it is going to be a big nothing burger, and it'll be great.
I like that. Okay, so you're going to jinx it. I like that.
Yep.
I mean, it very well could be. I remember last Fed meeting was more of a nothing burger, right? We paused. No. We hiked in August, correct? I believe we hiked in August. Yeah. Yes, we hiked in August, and that was more of a nothing burger because they indicated there was going to be a pause in September, and I know we have 2 more meetings in November and December. And that's kind of what we're trying to figure out if there's going to be another hike needed in one of those 2 meetings.
Hey JD, can we get a poll out there if people like a Whataburger, an In-N-Out burger, or Portillo's burger?
Portillo's burger all day.
Or a nothing burger.
Well, In-N-Out. Everyone loves those In-N-Out burgers too.
I call it a slider.
Or a White Cast. Oh, God.
No.
Tomorrow we'll remember what we did today.
So if you guys, I don't know who I'll be on with, but I'll definitely be on here for the press conference. We'll see the number come out, and we'll try to interpret what Powell's trying to tell us, and see if we can make any sense of it. Or if, like Hoag said, if it's a nothing burger, then it's a nothing burger. We're not going to dramatize, drum up some action if there's nothing there.
We'll take what we can get.
Take what we can get, and it is. I don't know.
Or you could be like, what is it line? You get nothing and like it. What's that from?
Caddyshack. Yeah. Caddyshack.
I want a cheeseburger. I want a hot dog. I want Here's something that real quick. Some guy says, I'm confused why the sell-off of the past few days has been so strong when 99% expect no rate hike.
Factored in.
Yeah, good question. But I think a lot of it has to do with yields going higher. I'd say that we're looking at these bond yields going up, and there is still inflation necessary. I mean, markets move. What is it? Markets move faster to the downside than the upside. Patak, hit me with that.
Markets slide faster than they glide.
Right on there. It is money. So
it takes the stairs up and the elevator down.
Yep, not to be a smart aleck, but I would ask, my mentor that, why is the market down? And he would just point blank with a blank stare. Well, it was more sellers than buyers, Andre. And I'd get pissed, but he was right. So you just gotta read the volume, and that's the reality of it. That was Jeff Waters, more sellers than buyers. Waters, I know that.
Well, that's kind of the whole thing. Like, our buddy Chris, when a new person comes into on his team, he's a contractor. He'll make jokes like, "Hey, go get the board bender." Like make up something like as like off the wall. It doesn't even exist, but it's just like you're in the industry. But then like that's like it is more sellers than buyers. Like,
dude. So quick story: when we were clerks, a little hazing they would do. When Beige Book would come out, they would send one of us clerks over to the Chicago Fed, and ask one of the security officers down in the lobby on the first floor, "I'm here to pick up the Beige Book. Where can I find it?" I swear to God. And they would look at you like you're an idiot. And you're like, "No, I'm here to pick up the Beige Book. My boss sent me here to pick up the Beige Book. Where can I pick it up?" And they're like, "Kid, there is no Beige Book. You got." And you just sheepishly walk back in the office, and everyone would start laughing at you when you walked in there. It's pretty good little prank.
Always prank those rookies.
The security guard was probably like, "What the hell? What are you talking about?
You again? When are you idiots again?" Yeah.
Well, right outside the CBOT, where your office is right around there. There's the old school Fed. You go to the end of the LaSalle Street T intersection. CBOT right to the left and right of it, two big banks. One was a Federal Reserve. I mean, that was like, so
pretty cool. It's a pretty cool location down there. It made you feel kind of important,
Yeah, they called it this Financial Canyon or something like that. I don't know, because it's like the T intersection and it's dark and it's like in.
Yeah, if anyone ever comes to Chicago, they should go check out the Financial District over there. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool old buildings. A lot of business being conducted down there. Boy, this market just does not budge.
You could go to the Chicago Board of Trade. You can't really go. There's no trading floor really anymore. There's like something up there, but like you'll see the Goddess of Grain series. The Goddess of Grain is a statue. At the very top of the Chicago Board of Trade is a statue. It's called Ceres, the Goddess of Grain. They did not put a face on it. Who knows why?
I have a trivia question for you. I'm sure you guys know.
Hold on. Who knows why they did not put a face on Ceres? When they built the building, they did not put a face on Ceres because they never thought there would be another building. This is what I heard. They never thought there would be another building tall enough, so they didn't think they would have to do it.
Is that right?
So nobody can see it.
I did not know that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What?
I don't know if it's true.
What famous movie was that building in?
Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Eddie's got it. It's Gotham Tower, Michael. Dark Knight.
Oh yeah. Oh, I saw. What was the guy that died? When all the policemen are outside on the street in Batman.
Oh, Heath Ledger.
Heath Ledger, man, I saw him
Joker.
coming out. I had my trading jacket on. I don't smoke, but I was like, he was ripping cigarettes right outside the Board of Trade.
Yep.
I think he died a few years later.
Was he still in makeup and costume?
Yes, he was.
I heard that was his thing. He would never get out of makeup and costume around the city.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an overwhelming truth, I guess.
Eddie, do you think he's the best one that ever played the Joker?
Yes. Yeah, by far. I mean, he nailed it, in my honest opinion.
If I could think about, imagine what the Joker actually is in real life, that's he just nailed it.
I mean, he was evil. He was evil.
Yeah. What'd he do? He died of OD?
And then he took his own life.
Yeah,
it's got to be grim.
Medication.
Oh, yeah. Anyways, it's Gotham Tower. If you're ever in Chicago, come check out Gotham Tower. And, also known as the Chicago Board of Trade, where all this started, Topstep. We all met each other.
Mm-hmm. They used the old post office, that scene in the beginning of the movie. That was the old post office across the, not too far from the Board of Trade.
Yep.
And I remember seeing a bunch of cars saying Gotham Police. And it blocked a lot of that off.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. I remember another story. So I was trading the overnights as a clerk. It was like, I don't know, 07, 08, somewhere around there. Trading the overnights. We still had this fear, this theme of 9/11. Terror was still a major theme, and we were constantly worried there's a threat of terror, and how it would influence the markets. And they were filming the scene where the helicopter crashes right outside our trading building. All right, so there's an explosion outside our building. It was like 2 a.m, and they're filming Batman. And we didn't know that they're going to be filming or they're going to be doing that scene particularly. So we hear an explosion outside our damn building. And we look at the markets and the markets haven't budged yet. And we're like, oh, what the hell is going on? Something just exploded and the markets haven't been touched yet. So we get long treasuries, obviously, and nothing budges. And we start calling up all the traders, because that was our jobs, to call up all the traders and wake them up saying, hey, we started an explosion downtown. I don't know what it is, but we don't know what it is, but something just exploded. So you guys need to all get in the office and start trading. And everyone's checking the news and there's nothing on. And eventually someone pops their head out the window and looks down on the street and they see that they're filming damn Batman. And it was the helicopter exploding scene. People were pissed. Those traders were so pissed. We woke them up at like 2 a.m, but we all had a laugh about it a few days later. We got.
That was when everybody's hypersensitive back then, right? About
remember that? Everyone's super hypersensitive to
had to be.
To terror threats and stuff like that.
It had to be
the nature of what the markets were trading. But we got by the helicopter exploding. Lost money on that too. I was pissed.
But they made money.
John, I got in at 338. All these guys like the 338s.
Nice.
So I got long. the 338s. Is that okay?
John is taking a breather.
Okay, John's taking a breather.
I think we went to the little boys' room.
No, he's going to be getting ready for. Yes, Deeyana Angelo coming up here at 11 o'clock.
I'll play with you, Patak.
Years.
What'd you get short from?
338, 15,338. Taking
short or long? Sorry,
like it. Short or long. Probably going to get out like I just did right now. Giveaway. I was a $300 loser. I was just want to test it out. It's
test out what?
The 338 level. I wanted to test out the 338 level. Everybody's talking about it. John mentioned something about it too. I just wanted it. It was going to be a low risk trade, which it was. And it's been extending. I don't know. It's been playing this little range, and then it's busted out of the range. So I think it's going to pull back into the range.
I agree. I don't think it's a bad play. I'm just joking here. Yeah, I mean, I don't see us pushing lower, making these new lows, so to speak, going into this Fed. I mean, someone's going to bring it back into range, I would think.
That's what I'm saying. And I get settlement
it.
You got settlement up there. So I'm like, that's a low risk play. But now it's not growing legs. It's sitting down here.
Someone had to get off some orders before the number this afternoon. So I got a question for you guys. In the pits, what was it like on FOMC days or big releases? So you guys are doing the Dow. You guys are trading. You guys are in the Dow pit.
Quiet all morning.
Quiet all morning.
Quiet, nervous, anxiety. I mean, that number was coming up like you were ready to get executed.
I know.
I mean, sweaty palms. The thing is, when you were in the pit and you were taking orders from phone clerks, you'd have let's just say you had like 5 or 6 houses that you did business with. And when that number would come out, you'd have 5 or 6 houses screaming your name, trying to put orders in. And that was the nervous thing, because the thing is, if you got something wrong, you're writing a check. Right. And I mean, people screaming and yelling. I mean, it's organized chaos.
Yes, it is. It's the best, though, man. It's the best.
I mean, if you've got that sort of that spine, that I like a challenge. Give it to me as best you can. And that's what it was. I mean, and at the end of it, when you got all your trading cards back to these houses and everything was matching up, it's like winning the Super Bowl. I swear to God, it's like, man, we did it. Everything's matched up.
Yeah.
Great job, guys. Great job.
Off to series. Here we go. I'll see you at series. Meet me down there.
All right.
Right.
All right.
I got long again down here. This is why I'm gonna get out of this thing.
Where's Hoag? Where's Hoag to give you the shoulder tap?
Right? I know.
We got Mick coming up here with the shoulder tap.
When the cat's away, man. When the cat's away, the mice will play.
I'm down $10. That's a scratch.
Oh, that's all right. That's all right.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, it's like your parent, parents like leave the living room and the kid just trashes the place. I need to, Joe. Hoag, I needed you, but I still like this level down here, but it's not. I'm just trading for the sake of trading. So you still like the long?
Well, if you're looking for, all right, Johnny, if you're looking for longs and gold, we've made new highs plus. They're just coming off those right now.
Andre, appreciate you being on here, buddy.
yeah, man, all the time, dude. This is so much fun. I mean, I talk to my other trading buddies, but I mean, this is the real deal. Like, we were just talking yesterday. I really look forward to jumping on with you guys. I love hearing the opening call. And like, I got to stream it on YouTube all day.
You're going to be on FOMC, right?
I am. I'll see you guys this afternoon. I don't know who I'm going to be on with, but
I think whatever. Johnny.
With Hoag?
I think the Hoag, yeah.
Cool. Oh, perfect. My guy.
Well, walk the community and all of our traders through the digestion of the FOMC information and teach us a little something. I'll be tuning in.
Will do. Thank you. I appreciate that. I got to do a little bit more research and see what to expect and what certain words may interpret, and I'll definitely pass it along to all the viewers, man. This has been awesome.
Let that dust settle, brother. Let that dust settle.
Yep, you said it.
All right, thanks, Andre.
Later,
Catch
guys.
you tomorrow, partner. Take care, man.
Later.
All right. We've got, don't forget, we've got some good stuff coming up here. We're going to be having power players with Deeyana Angelo and Hoag. And back to back, we'll have group coaching with John Hoagland also. So this is going to be big, 11 o'clock coming up here. But right now, we do have, what do we got here? We've got, tap on the shoulder. Yes, there it is. Shoulder tap with risk manager Mick will be here in just a few minutes.
Give us 2 minutes here. The producer needs to use
put your clothes on
real quick. The clothes are off. I don't need to put clothes on. Not at least till top quiz, but
it's hot in the house.
I need a minute here, and then I'll get Mick, and I'll let you guys know when we're ready for Mick.
Here's a fig leaf.
Eddie, let's talk about really quickly trading buddies. What do you think about, and you guys in the chat can listen, what do you think about, we talk about trading buddies, and then we open up a Discord room. Every trading buddy that trades S&P, go there right now, with a 15-minute time frame. I don't know. I'm just spitballing. I don't even know if it's a good idea. And then you get them all in there, and maybe like, I don't know how they exchange. Maybe like, hey, I want to trade, and then they DM each other. I don't know. Like, we got to find a way to connect.
Well, I would think if we're going to do that, for you traders that are listening, let people know when you trade, when your most valuable time is to trade, so you can hook up with people that are trading at that certain time too. Possibly your country. Maybe you guys can and girls can meet up for some coffee. Go to bring your laptop, go to a Wi-Fi coffee shop and sit there and watch the markets and possibly trade. Make it where it's a fun thing to do, where you're looking forward to seeing and talking to your trading buddy, each and every day. Just like you log in here with us. I love sitting back here and watching Michael and Hoag talk about opportunities. I've been in the business since 1985, and I'm learning something new every day. And that's what it's about. You're never going to top off with the education and knowledge. There's always something new to learn. And that's going to help. You guys are teaching me. Michael and Hoag, and of course our traders here in the chats are teaching me also. So it's a win-win situation all the way around.
Okay, so we have Robert. Please provide the link to the Discord. There is a trading buddy room.
Yes.
in Discord. So if you go in there, I think like unless there's a rules of engagement when you go in there. Hey, I trade ES, and I usually hold positions for 15 minutes. Or just ES is fine. And then somebody else goes, I trade ES. And if you want to take that chat offline, DM each other. And then, oh, you're from Iowa? I'm from Iowa. I don't know. That would be like the ideal scenario is to find somebody in your area. But regardless, go to the Discord, Topstep Discord. If somebody could drop that link in there to get there, make it really easy to click and get there. And there's a trading buddy room, and then you go in there and say, I trade ES, looking for a buddy to shoot the breeze with.
Hey guys, I'm back.
There he is.
Okay.
I washed my hands and everything, and I have Mick ready when we want to go over there.
All right. We've got a couple seconds here. If you want to get yourself a fresh coffee, fresh tea, hot cocoa, or maybe a cold juice box, we're going to just take a few seconds here, and we're going to bring in Mick for shoulder tap.
We already.
Mr. Hieronymo, you again. Greetings, sir.
Good morning, guys. Happy FOMC day.
happy FOMC day, bro.
Yeah. Hey, Eddie, didn't you always play we can't play it because it's like the most copyrighted, but you play the Empire song, the Star Wars?
Yes, because it was the feds.
Cue that up.
Yeah, right before the feds would come out, Eddie would always play that. We're like, it was just like, ooh, like, yes.
It looks like they're going to keep it at 5.5 today.
Please, Luke.
Is that okay? Tell us a little bit about tell us what our funded folks, what you recommend, or also what they probably the good ones. When I say good ones, the ones that pay attention to FOMC and know that's probably not the best time to trade. But tell us some insights on funded traders in an FOMC day.
Well, I'm glad you asked, Michael, because there's a lot of stuff around FOMC. I heard, Danny mention it yesterday about sitting on your hands for these FOMCs. It's something that it's an outside factor that affects all the markets. The degree of, what is being anticipated, what's being priced in, there's a lot of unknowns there. You could have something that comes out that is bullish and actually the market sells off. Something that comes out and it's bearish and the market rallies. Participants typically will sit on their hands for these. And I can't speak for all the large participants, but for some firms or individuals that have been building up large positions, the higher time frame players that are putting large size on, this can greatly affect them if there's a violent move in one direction or the other. So lightening up of existing positions is definitely a thing. People will also, because we can see we get a spike in one direction and then we might trend in the other the rest of the day. It's also a day for throwing out some of those what we call Hail Mary orders, where I might be flat right now but have a bullish bias, and I might go set a buy limit order 50 points below the market to see if there is a quick spike down. Maybe I could get in. I'll obviously have a stop waiting at whatever my pain tolerance is there below where I have my limit bid in, but it provides some opportunities like that. But overall, you can historically go back and check out the volume. It's tight. People that don't currently have existing positions are going to be less inclined to enter into new positions. People with existing positions have good reason to lighten up those positions ahead of this. So I've seen from our traders today, it's a little bit quieter. It's been a quiet week, as FOMC week can be. Doesn't mean we don't have some fun big numbers to share, which I have coming up. But it's a time where there's a lot of uncertainty and markets don't move like they normally do. So this is something, to keep in mind. And if you don't see your setups, it's a really great day to sit on your hands. I don't recommend anybody, entering into, new positions via scalping or anything like that, your risk reward is not there if you're trading around these. If you're a short time frame trader, with how quickly these markets move, with the slippage you could incur, anytime you put a little something on, you're risking a lot to potentially only make a little. You could make a lot, but it's kind of a gamble. That's the best way I could sum it up.
Moves. Like rookie traders look for those huge moves in these days after that comes out, or they put it on right before the market happens because, like, well, if it goes up, it's going to be a big. Yeah, that's called gambling.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's not the way to do it.
And it probably means you don't have. And Michael, I used to do that. I was like, oh gosh, I saw that the soybeans rallied 60 cents off the crop report. Like, let me just try it. And, maybe I can get lucky and make $3,000 on a one lot. But it's over time, and this goes for most economic releases, I don't have a good track record trading into economic releases. It's not my bread and butter. Early on, when I was learning my strategy, developing my strategy, learning about risk management, I wanted to trade those economic releases because I saw the potential only on the profit side. But usually people that do that find the sharp end of the stick there, and they get hurt. So over time, I started to participate less and less and less and less in that kind of stuff. And I had strategies that worked well, so I didn't need to take a gamble to make money.
You catch that market the wrong way, and you're in such a big hole. I mean, is it worth it? And that's the question I kept asking myself. I used to trade crude, and they would give you an honest, forecast. But the thing is, with crude, we can have a build, and the market goes the opposite direction. After that, a few times, it was like, I am done doing this. This is silly.
Yeah, and one other example of that, you can get smoked trading these things. There's nothing worse, pissed me off more than throwing away 2, 3 weeks, 4 weeks of good hard work and earnings in the markets by taking a shot. That's what it is. You're taking a shot. It's not worth wiping out hard work just to take a gamble.
God, those are so gut wrenching. So gut wrenching.
Yeah, and for those of sorry, Michael, continue what you were saying.
No, because they're just so taxing. When I say taxing, you already spent all your time, energy, efforts trading well to build it up. And then one fell swoop, it all goes away. And there's only so many trading days in a year, and you want to put up a good year and be like, I made $50,000 this year. I made $500,000 this year, blah, blah, blah. And that just, so every day you have is a day of opportunity. So you had all these opportunity days that you seized, and then one day that you swiped it all out. It just, it got wrenching.
All right.
Yeah.
So Mick, what do you got for us today?
I've got some people I want to feature. First of all, a couple shout outs here. Number one, shout out to all of our funded level traders at Topstep. I was looking at our payout numbers this morning. Between August and September, we've paid out over $3 million to traders in the express funded accounts and the live accounts. Huge numbers. Say that again, Michael.
So you say that again. What'd you say?
$3 million in payouts Topstep has paid out to our funded level traders from the express funded accounts and the live accounts, and that's $3 million in the last month and a half, August and through September.
Month and a half.
We said we like trading. We like traders working themselves up to the live trading level, trading on our prop firm. We also like all traders in general, no matter if it's on your personal account or trading here at Topstep, getting paid and not paying the markets.
That's right. Money goes into your pockets, not donated to the market. So really proud to share that. I've got another shout out for one of our Topstep's own, Dan, up $1,000 trading the oil today. I'm assuming that was on an earlier segment. I've had a busy day talking to traders and doing other things, but yeah, caught a nice 34-cent move on a 3-lot. So that's not bad. I think it was, he went long. He had the trade for about 5 minutes. So nice job, Dan.
Yes, Danny. Great trading. I'm up $35 right now. So am I on your Santa Claus list?
I've been watching. Hey, you're profitable. That's the goal. Profitable. I shared a story.
I passed the 50K this week. I didn't trade anything more than a 5-lot. Actually, I put a 6-lot on for a second. So if I was in a 50K, I would have passed yesterday. and I would have been filling out my stuff to get ready to be on Express Funded account. So that's a good feeling.
$35 buys lunch, gets you
Get you a
a
Happy
skirt
Meal
steak
nowadays.
Caesar salad downstairs at Ceres in the Board of Trade building.
I knew it cost me on the way to work every day. I knew it cost me, or my day would cost me $35. Actually, it was $87 a day. I did my whole math. This is when I was like 25. Did my whole math. I'm like, today, every day cost me $87. Okay, because I have this, and this to pay for. And I was like, okay, I just got to make over $87 a day. And then I started doing that. And then I started averaging more and more and more. And it was like, but that's where the foundation started of like, I just need to cover my life. Cover my life. That's what trading should do. Just cover my life.
It's a good perspective
At the
too.
beginning,
Something our traders should probably think about too, because we know we can easily make or lose $1,000 a day trading a one lot in these markets. But what do you need to kind of set a baseline? You needed $87. So that's it's 1 3/4 of a point on the S&Ps. So you didn't even need to make 2 points on a one lot to cover your expenses for the day. That's your low standard. You obviously want to get past that, but a lot of people probably don't think about it that way. So I like that. That being said, I've got some big numbers to talk about. Yesterday, I had featured, and if we could pull up a trading card for this, we'll be quick with this one. Emanuele from Italy, one of our traders who was in an Express Funded account. Here we go.
There it is. Look at that.
Wow, that's Palermo again?
There's
this
another
is
picture of Palermo.
Yeah, we talked about him yesterday. I brought him up. I don't want to spend a ton of time on him today because I just wanted to share. He made 20 grand yesterday in his Express Funded. We called him up to a live account. I spoke with him yesterday via email. I actually wanted to get him on the Power Player segment for tomorrow. Unfortunately, with him being in Italy, we have a little bit of a language barrier, so he wasn't completely comfortable with that. But Emmanuel, I would have loved to have had you on. $20,000 is huge in a day, and these statistics speak for themselves. He's coming up to a live account, so I want to see that momentum. Hopefully, he can keep the momentum going and taking money out of the markets.
Dude, I'm excited. I'm excited. These are the stories that we like. Would be so awesome to have him on. Totally understand. I'm glad you tried, Mick. That's awesome.
Yeah. We do have a lot of other good traders that we're going to be getting on this segment. I actually have the next person that I want to show a card for, Dylan, is someone who did agree to come on. So great. I'm not going to dive in too deep. I'm going to leave that for the interviewer tomorrow. But Dylan is going to be coming on for our Power Play segment tomorrow, and excuse me. He's been on our radar for a while, as you can see, averaging about $2,000 a day, trading the crude oil, and he was able to make a good amount of money today, up $2,000. So he keeps just doing what he's doing.
Mick, what's the advantage of switching to a lot or getting called up? We have Alistair Parker.
Yeah.
What is the advantage of they go switching to a live account, but it's not switching, guys. We pull you up. So go ahead.
We pull you up. You're getting pulled up because we see something in you. You're profitable. We think that you'll be able to maintain your consistent profitability in the live markets. And, Topstep, and Michael, correct me if I'm wrong, but I know you agree with me here. We are not designed for traders to stay in sim forever. We want to take the cream of the crop, the best of the best, and we want to put them in the live markets where they can, sustain their own profitability on their own. We don't want traders in sim forever. We want traders to groom themselves, work on their strategy, get some good basic risk management skills down, learn in a safe environment or develop in a safe environment, and let them spread their wings in one of our accounts.
Okay.
Exactly. Exactly. And that is the difference between Topstep and a lot of others. If you're crushing it, we don't keep you on sim. And you're like, well, I want to stay on sim. And I know Sandy Storm used to go, I'd rather stay and have 3FX. We're here to fund good traders. And that's just not our business of saying, you're going to be a sim trader forever. Like maybe others do that, That's not the nature of the business. When we created it, we created the industry, and I believe some are taking the wrong route because you want to professionalize a trader, and that's what we're here to do, because that's the longevity game. And pulling him up, Zeke Trades says, first thing I do is frame my certificate. So you pass, you get a certificate. There's one. XFA, Mick reaches out to your risk management team, reaches out to you, you're kicking ass. We're going to pull you up. We want you to keep growing. And that's kind of that is the model we had since the very beginning. We've been putting people on live accounts since day one.
All right,
And
Mick, what do we got? Third and final?
Yeah, third and final. But before I go there, as far as calling them up to the live markets, and, we want traders to be successful. We want them to be successful with us, but, we also understand that at a certain point, traders might, after a long period of success, they might want to go off on their own. We're okay with that.
Oh, sure.
We're very happy for you, So I just wanted to mention that too. But yeah, we definitely want to keep our good traders. We are very good at keeping our good traders because we treat them well. So it's a good relationship here. So just wanted to throw that in. With that, if we could pull up Lon Z.
All right, Lonzy, come up. But hey, if you like what's going on here, hit that like button, smash that like button, subscribe. This number's low. We got a lot of people watching. Let us know if you like what we're doing here.
Yeah, so Lon is someone I really am happy to feature. Lon's out of Taipei, Taiwan, and what I really like from this trader is long hold times. I'm not much of a scalper myself. I think it's very tough. I like seeing people catching a piece of the trend for the day. I think that's where the money's made. Lon picks his trades very selectively and lets them ride. Cut your losses short, let them ride. So average daily P&L of 500. He's taken payouts on a regular basis, over 8,000 in payouts from his express funded account so far. Having a really good day today, up over 3,500 in the markets, trading the NASDAQ. And so this is all really good stuff. From what I see on their trade report is that I like also a lot, in addition to the long hold times, is very selective with their trades, very few round turns, and they are not risking a lot on a daily basis. This is someone who's in a 150K account. They've got a $3,000 daily loss limit. They are not coming anywhere close to it any of the trading days that they've had in there.
I love hearing that.
Yeah, and I love that too, because I've heard from a number of traders, I need more wiggle room. I need to risk this much more to make that much more. And if you're planning your trade entries out correctly, if you're planning your risk management out correctly, you don't need that. I have a lot of people, I shouldn't say a lot, over the years, I've heard from a number of traders who are probably averaging on their, not even averaging, on their best days, they're not even making $1,000 a day, but they for some reason think they need to be able to risk more than 3,000. Mick, can you expand my daily loss limit of 3,000? I look at their trade reports. Well, you're never making more than 1,000 on your best winning days. You have no business losing more. So this one, Lon, he's got his own personal loss limit. And you know what? Just because we say you have the ability to risk 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, doesn't mean you actually need to risk that much. So really big shout out to him for that. And then, this is not knocking Lon. This is kind of emotional behavior that I see here, but an area for improvement would be when I do see those P&L lows for the day, those are typically the days that I see a higher trade count. So what that shows me and tells me is Lon, for as great as he is with his entries, his long hold times, and his daily money management as far as P&L goes, when he's down in the markets early on in the day, he will trade more to make that back. I'm not going to go as far as saying over trading, but I can tell there's something there up above his shoulders that's saying, I don't want to end the day down, which is only natural, and there's nothing wrong with that. He'll trade a little bit more to make it back, but still carries the discipline to stop before things get too ugly.
That's good stuff. Good stuff.
Hell yeah.
Yes.
Well,
I
Mick,
like this.
Mick, I appreciate it. Thank you for bringing these three with us here today.
Yeah.
Any quick shout out, real quick? No? Okay.
Oh,
Mick is gone. Mick is
Mick
gone.
is gone.
I'm still. I had some more.
Okay, if you want to hit it real quick, though.
Jack's trying to get us the top quiz.
All right.
Jack,
I'll follow up tomorrow. Thanks for having me on.
Oh, okay.
oh,
Yeah,
no.
I'm trying to
You're
get us.
not going.
I'm trying to get us the top quiz because
All right, we got to do top quiz because we got Deeyana waiting in the wings here in the green room. All right. Hey, don't forget to like and subscribe. Hit that like button. We didn't hit 700, so there is no hoodie going to be given away here. Shame on us. But maybe tomorrow we can hit that 700. So, Jack, it's all yours. Michael, thank you for being with us here today. Good stuff.
Hey, hold on. Really quickly, a W, and this is
I
lost
$35. It's still
I
a
lost
W.
$35. All right, I'm up $35,
You're up 35
but I'm up 3,500
in the week.
on the week.
Okay.
3,200.
All right.
Okay, guys, I'm out. I like chipping away today. This I was just talking about getting long down here at the 338s. You would have had to take less than 10 handles heat, so my 15 handle stop would not have been hit. My 15 handle target would have been hit. So I feel like I missed a trade, but a W is better than and missing a trade. W and missing a trade is better than taking a trade and being down money, which I caught myself losing a bit. So regardless, Eddie got one of these, like Taylor Swift, like we're gonna start doing this at Topstep.
Heart. Okay.
All right, guys, I'm
MP.
out. Have a good day. Yeah.
Take care, man. All right, let's
See ya.
get on board for Kahoot. Remember, it's kahoot.it.
Yeah, or click those links. We're going to have sort of a speed round today because I want to get Deeyana in here as quickly as possible. So I'll put on the smooth jazz for a minute or two and then rush through the rules, and we'll get those quizzes done. All right.
aboard!
Let's go. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Top Quiz. It's Wednesday, September 20th. I'm Jack. I'm joined by Bonnie. Bonnie, how are you doing today?
Good. How are you, Jack?
I am doing well. We also don't want to take too much time away from Deeyana because she has one of the most interesting resumes I've ever read and has some excellent trading insights. But first, as usual, we're giving away 150K, 100K, and 50K trading combine, plus 2 randoms, 50Ks that I will announce during the group coaching. Let me know if this looks clearer on the screen. I changed the way I was inputting it, so we'll see how that works. So, Bonnie, what's the number to beat?
3. I got 1 right last time, but 3 is my record. So
yeah. Well, the good news is that these questions are a little easier, and most of them have 10 seconds, though. So we'll see what happens. Lastly, as I always say, there's an 8-second delay or thereabouts, so be sure to look at your device. That's where the questions will pop up shortly. Bonnie and I talking about it is just the cherry on the cake. So let's do this, shall we?
I'm ready.
Who will be the last person in? Will it be Andres, Fiend? Okay. You guys are all lucky now. MP Trading. Okay, I got to go right now. We wish the best to Joe Poos and the crew. All righty, let's start this thing. Wednesday. 3, 2, 1. Quiz. Which of these U.S. cities is the furthest east? Is it Nashville, Atlanta, Detroit, or Louisville? Any ideas here, Bonnie?
Oh my gosh. I am not good at geography. Detroit?
It is Detroit. That's one of my favorite geography questions. Also, that Reno is west of LA. Those are my 2. So let's see how we're stacking up here after 1 question. HM is on top. All righty. Monitoring the chat. Not getting roasted. Okay, next question. Which U.S. president signed the law that created the Federal Reserve? Was it FDR, Woodrow Wilson, Taft, or Herbert Hoover?
I have no idea. Herbert Hoover?
Close. It was Woodrow, our good friend Woodrow Wilson.
Nice.
And that is your FOMC question for the day. After that, Dylan, Beans, Suki, Gordon, 90 bid even, rounding out the top. Let's see the next question we got here. What celebrity has the most followers on Instagram? Ronaldo, Kylie Jenner, Beyonce, or Lionel Messi?
I think it's between Kylie Jenner or Beyonce. I'm going to go with Beyonce.
People love their soccer stars. So Messi might be the GOAT, but Ronaldo, probably because of his abs, has the top Instagram followers. I think it's like 700 million, something absurd.
That's crazy.
Let's see who's active on Instagram here. Dylan, Gordon, 90 bid even. Check the comments real quick to make sure I'm not missing something. Okay, good. Next question. Which of these countries in South America is completely landlocked? Uruguay, Ecuador, Paraguay, or Suriname?
Ecuador?
It is Paraguay. Bolivia and Paraguay are the 2 landlocked countries in South America, in case you were wondering. It's good stuff. I feel a hot streak coming here, Bonnie. I think you got this. All right, Davey, 90 bid even. Unicus, Cope. Cope is coping, perhaps with a Combine Award. All right, question 5. Who won the gold medal in men's single tennis at the 2020 Olympic Games? Was it the Joker, Alexander Zverev, Nadal, or Britain's friend Andy Murray?
I have no idea. I'm guessing Andy.
Twas not. It was Alexander Zverev. For some reason, the Olympics really brings out not the usual people, because every Grand Slam gets won by Novak or the previous big 3, now Alcaraz. My tennis heads, sound off. All right. A couple more questions left. Best of luck to you all. Jimbo Slice. Here we go. Where must you deliver the physical oil to satisfy a CME CL crude oil contract? You got 20 for this one. Is it going to Gulfport, Mississippi, Houston, Texas, Cushing, Oklahoma, or Galveston, Texas?
Houston or Mississippi?
Houston's an oil town, but it gets delivered to Cushing, Oklahoma. Fun fact there. I think I accidentally set these last two questions on 20 seconds, so enjoy that extra time. It's a gift. Won't be there tomorrow. Let's check this out real quick. Super random hard. Yeah, I need the separation. One of these days I'll make a super easy one. We'll see how fast. Just a bunch of math problems and see who's the computer.
I would love to answer math questions.
Oh yeah, Bonnie, you're an accountant. I'll have one where it's just settling accounting books, and I'm sure you will put shame to people.
Yeah, anything math related, I'll be able to answer.
Well, I like math too. We'll do that one of these days. I'm writing it down. All right, legal pad, math quiz. Unicus on top. Next question. Who is the voice of Lightning McQueen in the Pixar film Cars? Is it Owen Wilson, Brad Pitt, McConaughey, or Orlando Bloom?
Owen Wilson?
You are correct. And I know this and much more because we watched Cars 2, Cars 3 hundreds of times here because I have a 2-year-old. All right. Going into the final question, Unicus, Dave, and Landon. Full COD is going full COD on this quiz, and Belligerent is sneaking up. Your final question. Earlier, Hoag said that the minimum reward to risk ratio he looks for in a trade is 1-to-1, 2-to-1, 3-to-1, or 4-to-1. This is tough, Bonnie, because
is it one? I remember Michael saying something about putting up a 500. I was working at the same time.
I know you do have a job, so you can't be listening to it. It was 2-to-1. Michael was more in the 1-to-1 bracket. So let's check the YouTube one last time. All right, we are good to go. Let's see who won today. The drum roll. Brr, brr. Sorry, my mouth is dry. I cannot do an extended one. In third place, Dan the Man. In second place, Full COD. And in first place today is our good friend, Davey. I like a nice, simple name. Perhaps his name is Davey, or Davey is an alias of who he would like to be. But Davey, today you have won. And with that right now, Bonnie, thank you so much for playing with us today.
Thank you, Jack.
And I will come up with a math or accounting one, or perhaps both, one of these days when you are on.
Thank you.
Because I recognize the randomness of these questions. And sorry, cough. I don't know how they go through that whole show without coughing. Anyway, we're going to take a real quick coffee break right now. And then we're going to be back in a few minutes with our interview between Hoag and Deeyana Angelo, who is in the green room. We'll get that sorted out. Have a great time. Congrats to the winners, and I'll do the random drawing for the two sometime during group coaching today. So until then, I got to click a few more buttons. All right, we'll see you after that. Be back in a few minutes.
Welcome to Power Players Traders Topstep team. We have a very special guest for us today. We know you're going to really enjoy getting to know Deeyana. I know I've enjoyed knowing Deeyana for what, probably 7-8 years now. Deeyana, how are you today?
I'm all right. I've had a bit of a long day, but it's all good. You know, we finally have autumn here in London, so the hellish heat wave is finally over. I'm very glad about that.
I kind of understood that it was kind of like always fall in London.
No, not really. You see, there was this meme going around how London really has about 12 seasons, and one of them is like sort of summer, fake summer, hell, and then you sort of go through. That's a good one. Yeah.
Turn up just a little bit here. We have similar. I think we're pretty much in the same latitude or longitude, whichever it is. So we have the same. We have the same seasons here. Except we have a very long winter here in Chicago.
I remember.
Yeah, that's right. You were in Chicago for a while. All right,
not for very long. Not for very long. Yeah.
So to introduce Deeyana a little bit. Deeyana is a rock star, an actual bona fide rock star.
Former.
No, once you're a rock star, you're always a rock star.
Okay.
Pops, also a session musician.
Yeah.
She got paid to play on people's music. A professional futures trader who brings a rich 15 years of trading experience to the table. Not only that, she is the main instructor and creator, I believe, of Market Stalkers courses, renowned for her data-driven methodology that seamlessly combines professional trading concepts, her structured, evolved approach to outperforming the market intraday has continued to captivate traders. Aside from that, Dee also has a company creating innovative trading tools called Patak. She's really helped and benefited over 9,000 traders, empowering them to elevate the performance to new heights. And in her spare time, if she has any, she enjoys walking her pack of 8 puppies, 8 dogs. Tell me, Deeyana, what's it like being an underachiever?
Yeah, it's not easy. You know, people. Yeah, Dee doesn't do anything halfway. Let's put it like that. I'm somebody who gets obsessed with things, and I think this is why in my 40-something years, I've done a few things in life, and I've done them very well because I get obsessed. And music and trading is a couple of my passions. So I enjoy both immensely, even though I've definitely moved into futures, especially for the last 10 years. And in great part to you, Ho, because you're one of my mentors.
Well, I mean, you were one of the folks that took advantage of what we were calling at the time a market profile strategy lab.
Yep.
You were, always testing, always inquisitive. I enjoyed having you in that very much. And
nice way to say you are very annoying with your questions.
No, I like being challenged. That's part of this is. You got to be pushing yourself, and it always helps to have people around who are willing to help you kind of push yourself.
Yeah, I can definitely resonate with that, because now that I'm coaching other people too, whenever somebody's asking me a lot of questions, I actually have to think myself, because sometimes you get asked a question that you've never thought about before, and you're like, oh, actually, yeah, why did I take that setup? And it really makes you into a better trader, I truly believe.
And that accountability doesn't hurt either, right?
Absolutely.
You have to be able to say why you took that trade.
Yeah. The reasons behind taking a trade are so much more important than just, hey, I'm in a trade, I made money. Yeah, but how did you make money? Is it repeatable? Do you know what level that was? And what did you see to make you go into a trade? All of that is very, very important.
I got to touch base a little bit on the dogs. How did you end up with 8 dogs?
Okay, so you know that I used to have 2 dogs when we first knew each other. Well, one of them unfortunately died of old age, and it was quite sudden. So we were heartbroken, but then my other dog was also very sad. So we got him a friend, because I was worried I was going to lose him as well. Now, his new little wifey, they got on like a house on fire, so we let them mate on purpose because I always wanted to have a house full of dogs. That was like always my dream. And we took her for a scan, and they said, yeah, there's definitely 2 puppies in there. 2 puppies. And I was like, okay, well, I can do 4 dogs. I mean, that'll be quite nice, right? And on the day, 6 came out. But unfortunately, as they were coming out, we were naming them, and that was it. So I was not going to give them up. And for the last 20 months, I've been basically training 6 extra crazy puppies who are lovely. They're my life, but they are crazy. It's not easy.
You're like Daenerys with the dragons.
Oh yes, the dragon mom, yeah.
Yes.
The Cavapom mom, though, that would be me, yeah.
Well, I think that says a lot about you, Deeyana. I mean, once somebody is in your heart, they're in your heart, and you're going to take care of them no matter what. Great traits for a coach, right?
Yes, absolutely. How's Lacey, by the way?
Lacey's good. She's a little upset earlier. There's a pond back behind the house, and some people were working on cutting back some of the weeds, so she wasn't liking that too much. She was really noisy earlier, but right now she's asleep right on the other side of my desk, and I can almost hear her snoring right now.
Oh,
so she was very busy this morning. So
yeah, I just hope my ones don't kick off. I hope my ones don't kick off, because if somebody knocks on the door, that's like all hell breaks loose. It's like, no.
8 dogs going crazy and barking.
Yeah. Somebody's asking what kind of dogs. They are a cross between a Cavalier and a Pomeranian. And then obviously I've got the parents as well. So I've got 1 Cavalier, 1 Pomeranian, and 6 Cavapoms. They're quite rare, but they're beautiful. I love them. They have the best of both worlds.
Well, you're definitely a dog person with a whole taking care of 8 dogs and everything else you do. That's why I was kind of joking when I said you were an underachiever, right? Are you still playing any instruments?
I've got to be honest. I haven't actually picked up an instrument for a while. I actively stopped doing gigs in about 2014, around about the time when my prop trading career started taking off. And then after that, I still did a few gigs here and there locally in London. I live in London, UK. But yes, in the last sort of 3-4 years, I really don't feel the need to go back to music. And I'm not saying that that's going to be forever, but I'm just really enjoying where I'm at in trading and business. And, I've met some amazing people. So for now, I think that music has to take a back seat in favor of the lovely trading community and my market stalkers.
And should you go back to playing music, how many instruments do you play?
Okay, so when I was 4, I started with piano, but I didn't really gel with piano that well. So when I was 10, I started playing flute at the request of my dad. I actually wanted to play something different, but they didn't have that particular instrument then. However, it was the saxophone. I wanted to play the sax. And then about 3 years later, I realized that saxophone and flute are actually pretty similar. So I started to switch to playing the sax, and pretty much 2 years after that, I started getting gigs. So I started very young. Like I was one of those kids in a rock band at like 14, 15. And then I also picked up the guitar somewhere in around that time. But I didn't really learn how to properly play guitar until probably about 10, 15 years ago, because I'm a lefty. And when I was a kid, left-handed guitars was super rare. So I tried it with a normal sided guitar. I learned all the shapes and stuff, but that wasn't it. However, as soon as I flipped it to the other side, I literally started playing like within 4 months, because for me, that was then the 4th instrument, and it wasn't something new. You're effectively just mapping things onto the new instrument that you've already developed elsewhere. And actually, if we can draw some parallels to trading, if you've developed your brain to think in a high pressure environment, that's actually directly transferable to trading. This is why I say to people, it's better that you're already a high achiever somewhere else, and an athlete or a musician. Hoag, you're a musician as well. There's definitely the reasons why some of us get there faster than others, and that's one. So transferable skills.
Yeah, and I think being a musician, you're probably a pretty creative person as well, and I think being a creative person is also very important to being able to to trade profitably and successfully.
Yeah, being too rigid in trading doesn't work, because it is a science, but it's not an exact science. And every time I come across somebody who's super rigid, they always struggle with the creative nature of trading, because it's like almost, I look at every key level as a zone, never mind what it is, whether it's an outer edge or value area, or whether it's in the average daily range or a supply and demand zone, or whatever I might be looking at. But it's always a zone. It's never like one singular key level. Even something like VWAP, for example, you can look at it as a zone. It doesn't have to be like gold, to the tick. And that would also change depending on what time frame you're looking at, because it's volume weighted. But time also comes into that whole calculation. So if you are too pedantic and too if it doesn't kick off from, I don't know, let's say crude oil, I was just doing a short, if it doesn't kick off from like 90.01, I'm not going in. Like, that's never going to work, right? Because it's too much. Like, nobody can be that exact. But if you have a zone of around 30, 40 ticks where you want something to happen, that's more creative than sciencey, right?
Right. I've always kind of felt like, and I'm sure you've worked with a lot of artists who are trying to become traders, and a lot of mathematicians and engineers. I find mathematicians and engineers struggle with this because they're always looking for the right answer, and there's no right answer. There's nothing finite in trading, and every level is a zone, like you say. You got to be able to take that heat a little bit.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think taking the heat and fear that results from taking the heat is just lack of confidence in most cases. Because for the most part, even the engineers and mathematicians can actually do quite well with a more systematic approach, which is what I'm known for. But there's still that whole, how is it going to turn around if you're looking for a reversal? It never looks the same. Like, sure, you can have a few variations that you're going to look at, but is it going to go immediately, just touch the level and turn around? Is it going to go deeper and then give you a fake out and then turn around? Like, there's so many options, and that's where the creativity part comes in. However, I really think that to be a trader, you have to have that analytical side too. And that's very rare to have like both things equal, 50% creative, 50% analytical. And then to try and marry those two, that's the real key for me. At least that was key for me. And the fact that I had you, and there was another mentor who started me on the market profile, but they also taught us like stat arb and stuff like that. And I didn't really gel with that. It was one of those, like my first prop role was one of those companies where it was basically a market making company. And they wanted us to do like 200 trades a day. And I came from like Forex swing trader background at that point. So for 5 years, I was doing just euro dollar, doing like one trade every couple of weeks. And then you get thrown in an environment where they're like, yeah, okay, you've got to do your 200 trades now. And I'm like,
yeah, you're going to scalp now.
What? Yeah. And I hated that part. Absolutely hated it. So I in the end, I moved away from them. And eventually I found you guys, Topstep, because I wanted to still stay in a Chicago firm when I came back to London, but I wanted to go remote. And that's where Topstep came into my life. And then when I started attending your classes, you just opened up a whole new way of looking at things. And then I effectively started to marry what I already knew from my previous journey of supply and demand, average ranges, time of day. And then I started asking you a bunch of questions, and you were like, oh yeah, because I remember one time I said to you, well, what about the outer edge of value? Because I remember it was like gold, and we opened outside of value, and I said, well, but what if it comes back all the way down to value? Would that be a good level? And you went, aha, that's a great question. And then you kind of explained to me that yes, it can be a good reversal, but there's a number of things that play into it. And what I did, I went back tested the levels, and I went, well, how many times does the value area outer edge act as a reversal? Quite frequently, as it turns out. So that became one of my main strategies. And again, you have to ask questions, you have to back test, even though, back testing is not everything, because without the walk forward test and your own confidence to actually execute a trade, clearly it's not going to happen. But just knowing that there is a level that another pro trader told me about, it's like, yes, I've observed this. Now you go off and observe the same, and then we can talk. That was like invaluable to me. And that's how my whole systematic way of doing things started. Also, we're very similar in the way that I also look for about 3-4 hypos in a day. And I want to have a contingency plan for both sides. Yeah.
Awesome.
Sorry.
So, I mean, your trading style has I mean, everybody's trading style, their strategies, there are things that they're looking at. They do change over time. And it sounds to me like you've gone maybe a little bit more away from discretionary to more if this then that type of situation. Of course,
conditional logic,
everything's its own.
Yeah. So conditional logic to me is everything. And I don't really know how people trade without it, because I have orientation points where I want to see something happen. And then if that doesn't happen, I might have, like somebody asked you a few weeks ago when I popped into the TopstepTV, does Hoag ever flip trades? And now I personally have never seen you flip a trade, but there are times when it's okay to do that. Not very often. But for example, if you're looking at, it is very rare. So for example, if you have maybe a value acceptance versus value reversal, that's an either or. So that would be a conditional logic type trade. If it goes into value and, spend some time there, then we have a high chance, maybe not 80% as Dalton claims, but because it's, again, down to the time of day and a whole bunch of other things as I've discovered in my research. But let's say you have anywhere from 58 to 65% chance of that coming true, so of the rotation through value going the whole hog, right? But if you then get a reversal, like for example, I went into crude oil today from value low, and yes, I had some levels below it, but just the fact that there was the proximity of the value low from yesterday so close, I wanted to wait and see inventories. I hate trading the inventories. I think it's a storm in a teacup always. There's a lot of whipsaw, and I hate whipsaws for the same reason I don't trade the FOMC, right? It's just like...
Yeah, I saw your comment. The way to trade the FOMC is take a walk and keep walking.
Yes, the best way. Yeah, trust me, it'll save you so much money.
That's funny. Okay, you mentioned to me that you're creating something you're calling a funded trader blueprint, a course for those that have struggled with things like funded account jitters, and everybody has a decision-making change when the real money comes into play. Tell us a little bit about that, if you would.
Yeah, so as you know, I have my Market Stalkers family. A lot of people come to me for performance coaching as well, precisely because of my structured approach. And for the most part, like most people who follow the rules, there are obviously some who don't, but those that do follow the rules, they will get funded. Now, some of them lose the account within a week or 3 days or a day. And I'm like, this has to stop. It has to stop. Like, I'm sick and tired of hearing people, hey, I've done the hard graft, I got the 150K, and then 3 days in, they blow it. And why? It's a very simple reason. Your dopamine level goes out of whack, right? There's this chemical neurotransmitter called dopamine. When you achieve a goal that you've been lusting after for a very long time, what happens is that your dopamine levels rise and crash, but they first rise. Right. Dopamine rise causes an increase in productivity and motivation, which translates to, I have to trade my funded account like right now. Like, no, I can't wait. That irresistible urge to get your hands onto the new funded account, that's dopamine, nothing else, right? But if you can get ahead of that and plan for it, size down, it's not going to be forever, but you have to start small. And when you start small, no matter how much you mess it up in the account, you're still not going to dig a massive hole on that first day or the first week. So the first real goal of the funded account is to keep the funded account for as long as possible. It is not to get to minimum balance, right?
Maintain it.
Maintain it. Exactly. Yeah. And the amount of people who don't get that is like epic. And then also now with the whole change of practically everybody going to like one rule, you guys did it recently. It's great. And I love the fact that you kept the soft daily loss limit as well.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that there's just the minute maximum drawdown now. And some people look at that as the daily loss limit. It's like, that's not your daily loss limit. That's the overall amount that you can lose. So that's actually something that you can base your trading on. So divide that by a certain number and come up with a personal stop loss. We had Mick talking about a Vietnamese guy, I think, or was it an Italian guy who has his own personal loss limit?
Right.
That's what it's all about, right? You can't just trade like a lunatic and continue to do so and then get like the daily loss limit and maximum drawdown. You shouldn't get anywhere near that. And if you are getting anywhere near that, you have to go back to the drawing board. You're either trading too large or your strategy is not working as it should. So stop trading.
I've tried trading like a maniac before. It doesn't work.
No, we've all been there. Like I've done it. You know, my first week in the first company, I got put back on the sim, like literally, because doing 200 trades in a day, I never did that before, and I got completely lost. Mm-hmm. And obviously, total car crash, back on the sim. But then again, I'm very analytical, so I was like, okay, so what worked, what didn't work, why didn't this work? And I made it work, and I actually managed to make a lot of cash. However, it just didn't gel. I couldn't see myself doing that for like decades on end. It was very stressful. My eyes were like bloodshot and I wasn't sleeping very well. It was early days anyways. But yeah, it was just like I'm going to die of a heart attack.
You weren't congruent with who you were as a trader at that time. You were never going to be a scalper. You were looking for longer opportunities. And
even now, I'm not a scalper. So the way I function is to try and get those big orientation points. Like sometimes I will get involved in a sustained auction move or something, but for the most part, I want to avoid getting involved in the middles of the middles, and especially on a ranging day. Now, considering that the ranging days are actually pretty bloody common, the worst thing you can do is try and slap on a trade in the middle of the range. Right now, we did have reduced ranges up until today on GC and CL. So both of them started, really being very lackluster. And, we went from stupidly high COVID ranges to some more normal ranges. And I also think if you've learned to trade within the last 3 years, these markets are going to be a huge challenge because, Hoag, you and me have been through everything, right? We've been through slow markets, fast markets, crazy markets, normal markets. Well, those people who have only learned how to trade during COVID, so the last 3 years, they're probably going to be thinking, what happened? This used to work. Like, why isn't it working now? Well, it's not working because your system does not allow for the scalability of the stop losses and targets. Because you have to look at the volatility of the product. You can't just whack in a 16-tick stop loss just because. There has to be a reason for it. So obviously, whoever is struggling, that will be one of the reasons. The markets change. They breathe. We have black swan events. We have the credit crunch. We have European austerity measures. We have COVID outbreaks. And then in between, we have pretty quiet times. Like when I first started trading ES, it was moving like 20 ticks a day. Right,
like 10 points was a normal day. Just
for a long time. I hated it. Absolutely hated it.
Right, but I mean, if you're prepared for it and you have a plan for it, you can profit in that.
Yeah, you see, I didn't manage to profit from responsive activity for a long time. I think it probably took me 11 years to get there, like all in. I was always looking for momentum trades because I was like, or reversal trades, which are sort of momentum trades anyway. But the whole ranging days, I would be like, right, reversal, let's go in. And then I would be in the middle of the range. Now, I would recognize that, but it would be too late. So it took me such a long time to go, okay, is this a ranging day? So what I look at is the initial balance size. If it goes too big, that's a very responsive activity sign. There's very few days that will start with a massive initial balance and then just keep going into a massive trending day. That's like a 2% probability, right?
Right. The bigger the initial balance, the less likelihood of that.
Exactly. But defaulting then to something like maybe second standard deviations, or maybe looking for a failed auction somewhere around whichever side is the closest when it comes to session highs and session lows. That could be a very valid way to profit from such a day. And then you have days where everything is really range bound. Now those are terrible to trade, but it's not impossible if you prepare and if you kind of notice it on time.
Right. I mean, you mentioned hypotheses, having 3 or 4 hypotheses. One of your hypotheses today, like in looking at the S&Ps, it's pretty range bound.
Yeah.
And you might think that would be reasonable and probable because we're waiting for the FOMC meeting at 1:00. It's all about the context, right?
But at the same time, how I was talking about the outer value edge being very reactive? Well, what do we have? We have the bounce of the value high into a failed auction.
Right.
So it's like, to me, it's like blindingly obvious what should be done there before FOMC, obviously. Yeah. But, if you don't see that and you don't have that, all you see is maybe VWAP, to me, that's the middle of the range. And actually, I would already be taking profits here. I wouldn't be waiting to go in now.
Right.
Because by nature of a failed auction, that means the auction has failed. So responsive activity is quite likely there. Yeah, exactly.
Do you find that that VWAP is like sometimes by the end of the day really close to the point of control?
Yes, absolutely. But what is point of control? Is the widest point of the profile. I like that it's called point of control, but it doesn't necessarily control anything. It's just like literally that. And the amount of people who mistake that.
It's in the daytime frame. It's don't trade here.
Yeah. But the naked point POC as a target.
Awesome.
Banging target. Yeah, banging target. Awesome. Right. And I made 2 videos about that, and I still have people commenting, going, "Oh, but what about Deepak, like developing?" And I was like, that changes. Like, it literally changes like, how are you going to use that?
Right. Yeah, I mean, migration to the point of control over time can tell you something, but it's usually not a good.
Yes. It's not a good, exactly. So there is a use for it, definitely, but it wouldn't be, it wouldn't be like, oh yeah, I've got to go in off POC. So it's good for sentiment. It's definitely good as a target, especially if you're looking at previous days POC. That's like awesome.
You mentioned dopamine, and I'm getting a dopamine rush. I'm really enjoying this conversation with Deeyana, but I've enjoyed every conversation we've ever had. But we all have, like, we're all dopamine junkies, especially with these. You get somebody text you, or you get a tweet or something like that. There's that little shot of dopamine. It's also, what addictive personalities seek. When they're seeking out their alcohol or their pot or whatever. I mean, it's that dopamine that it's the happy hormone, right?
It is. Yeah, it makes you feel good, definitely. But with today's internet, like, we have shorts. I even find myself scrolling like a lunatic. You go to bed, and I quite like just looking at stuff on my phone. I am a phone junkie. Like, I'm a total phone junkie. And whoever says to me, Andrew Huberman says, you can't look at blue lights. Like, really? Of course I'm going to look at blue lights. How else am I going to go to sleep, right? I can't just stare at the ceiling.
Special glasses that block the blue light.
Yeah, I have those as well. Then you can stare at your screen all you want. There's actually an app called Night Shift or something like that. Night something. It puts a blue filter over the entire screen. So that's pretty cool. But yeah, try that if you don't have glasses. Because when you're in bed and you're kind of, just putting your head on the pillow and stuff, the glasses can be a little bit uncomfortable.
Well, if there is a need for it, there's probably an app for it. And if we can find the right app, we can just retire and live on a
exactly.
Island
but the amount of times that I basically find myself just scrolling through YouTube shorts. Like, I don't do TikTok. I'm too old for that. And I tried it. It's not no. But YouTube is pretty interesting. And, you just find yourself, one short, second short. And then 2 hours later, I'm like, what am I doing? Now, that's dopamine as well. That's that short-term reward that you just want to consume more and more and more. And for a trader, that's the worst thing you can possibly do.
So what do you find on YouTube? What attracts you to what type of videos? I mean, I'm always looking for like acoustic guitar or solo acoustic pieces or classical guitar. People hate classical guitar, but I find it just absolutely wonderful and beautiful. And just interesting pieces of music, just one guy and a guitar. That's what kind of attracts me. So if I see that stuff, I'll check it out. But what attracts you?
Weirdly, I have two things that attract me. So the first thing is because I've been trying to get better at editing my videos. So I've been watching. It's so pathetic. I'm sorry. I've been watching videos about how to color match two videos, or how to do like a really interesting, because I'm a bit of a control freak. I don't really allow anybody to edit my YouTube videos because I tried it. I really tried it. I didn't like what the guys were doing. I tried it 3 times, and every time I'm like, you know what? I can probably do a better job here because it didn't really hit the right spot, and the editing is either not dynamic enough or too dynamic. Like there's always something that I'm not gelling with. So I decided I was going to learn that. And the other thing that attracts me is makeup videos because, I used to be a stage person, and I suppose in a way I still am. And for a lot of the times I do like to have very nice makeup when I'm presenting something. I think I owe it that much to the person who is watching my videos too, because I always have a face in my videos. Maybe if I'm just explaining something just on a chart and I don't want to distract, but most of the time you will have me as a lip presenter because I think it's more interesting, right? Rather than some faceless person just walking at you. I know that I lose interest very, very quickly when there's no face. I've tried it before, sign up for a course and you're like, let's see what this guy has to say. And then everything that they're saying is really monotonous. And then you spend 4 hours just listening to this guy. It's like, just kill me now, like right now. I have no idea what you said, but it's so boring.
I like what you said. I mean, you owe it to the viewers to present, nicely. Do you think you could give me a makeover?
Oh, definitely, of course. Yeah, I can give you a pancake. That would be a thing that would go very nice. Maybe some guy liner. You're a former music person. I think a guy liner would look very nice on you.
Yeah, well, I mean, it won't be the first time.
I bet. Yeah. I saw you tried to spike your hair the other day.
That was because we got, I think, 500 likes. That was the goal, is to make me spike my hair, and I actually kind of liked it.
Yeah, I think it was good. Maybe a little bit more structured rather than just rolled out of bed kind of look. But yeah, I like the idea.
Well, I mean, I actually did that. It's not like I brushed my hair with a pillow.
Oh, really? Because I only got in. I think halfway through, so I had no idea what was going on. It was just junk. So it's like, okay.
My wife came home. She's like, "Did you go on screen like that today?" And I was like, "Well, yeah, it was part of."
Yeah, it looked like you had a bit of a heavy night before. Like maybe drinking with some buddies and too many rums.
It's not out of the question. I mean, it happens, but I don't think that day. I've been taking it easy during the week these days.
Yeah.
It's
I actually Do you drink during the week?
It's probably been 4 decades since I didn't drink during the week. But I don't, it's not like I'm out tearing it up, getting hammered, maybe a drink or two. But
yeah.
Friday night's really my night. We'll hang out with
I actually had part of the year because I kind of have this thing, like I had a vaccine injury, like really random. And then for a while I noticed that if I had a shot of whiskey the night before, it would actually give me like almost normal energy. I could like do stuff. So that was like a thing for 3 months this year. Like every night it was like just one shot. And then, every so often there might have been a second shot and maybe even a third shot. But yeah, it was
one
fun.
word. 2's probably better, and if 2 are good,
that's
3.
what I was thinking. Yeah, but it turned out it wasn't so.
Well, it's like almost like what is it? That ADHD medicine.
There's a few. There's Adderall. There's Ritalin.
Adderall.
Yeah.
People that think too fast, too quick, they take the Adderall and it kind of straightens out all that. So like whiskey's like your Adderall.
Yeah. Well, caffeine is more like that for me. I actually had a lot of caffeine today. Is probably why I'm talking like 100 miles an hour.
Well, I did pretty good. I had 2 cups of my Yeti here, so
nice. Yeah,
I've
actually got a hydration drink here. So this is just like keto style lemonade. Very boring, but yeah. because I had a lot of caffeine, like I said. So I was like, no more caffeine for D.
Like 2 cups of coffee, my protein shake, and I'm good.
Is that all the caffeine you have? I probably have like 6 a day.
Usually I just have a couple of cups in the morning, and when we start on TopstepTV, I can't just like go run and go grab coffee. So I make sure I have a cup before, a nice hot cup of when it starts, and it's pretty much gone now. So
yeah. So how is it with like, because it's long days. I see you guys are like always doing stuff.
I love it. There are a couple of things that I'm trying to adjust to, like trading in front of God and everybody. That's something.
God, I did that for 2 years. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm getting my head wrapped around that, and I just decided that I really just shouldn't care. I should just do what I was going to do.
Yeah, but it's difficult, isn't it? Because you can't feel pressure. I know when I started doing my daily streams for members, which I'm not doing, I only went back to just doing live Thursdays. So tomorrow I'm actually doing one, but I might open it up for public, why not? More fun. And I remember when I first started trading live, I was like, oh, I have to do a trade. And then I would find myself in trades that I shouldn't have really done, only because of the pressure. It's like, well, what are they going to watch if I don't do a trade? And it's the wrong thing. It's better to focus just on analysis. If you don't ever trade, you just don't ever trade. But it's very hard.
I'm enjoying, I could sit and talk to traders about trading constantly every day, all day. I'm enjoying, the ability to work with Michael on the trades that he's taking, and we've been making a little bit of money every day, and he's leaned on me as a kind of a trading buddy or a trading coach, for a while now, and I'm enjoying the fact that we're kind of thinking trades through, talking to each other, his ability to really just kind of go stream of consciousness and talk about what he's thinking, and we can kind of collaborate on some of these trades. And it's been, I've been enjoying making him some money or helping him make some money. And, when I say get my head wrapped around the idea of, all right, well, I'm going to be doing this anyway. It doesn't really matter if people are watching. Yeah. And then I'll get back into it. But it is busy. I've got a lot of charts and 3 different platforms open and all that stuff. So I'm always moving stuff around.
I probably have about 5, to be honest.
Yeah.
Million tabs.
Yeah.
I've always had a million tabs, though. I think that's maybe my obsessive nature. It's like, oh, I'm going to need that. the tab hoarder. Is that a thing?
Yeah. I've got, 20 tabs open right now on one computer, and my other trading computer is just basically for trading only.
Yeah.
But it's, I feel like, do I get to be proud of you?
God, I hope so. I've made a £1 million house in London out of trading, so hopefully that's going to come to something, right?
You're just amazing. The things
I think where you should be proud of is that I've put the stuff that you've taught me, and I am teaching others how to do the same, because you have your structured approach to a degree, but it's still a little bit discretionary. So I just took it one step further, and I basically blended it with supply and demand from larger time frames with my day trading time zones and all of that. So all of that became the Market Stalker's method. And, you said how you enjoy talking trades with Mike. Well, now I have a whole horde of people who are trading like I trade. And I was very lonely for a long time because, trading can get pretty lonely.
Yes, it can.
Yeah, and I would try and talk shop with someone like my husband, who's, he's a programmer, he's not a trader. He has worked for banks, but not in the trading capacity. And he would just, we would go for dinner, and I'd be like, yeah, this is great setup. It was like an average daily range reversal. And, we also had some other conferences. And he's just like, can we eat now?
Yeah, that's
and I,
great,
I had
honey.
so many things to share and to say, and I had nowhere to do it, no one to do it with. Obviously, we can talk about dogs, we can talk about life, and shows and everything, but that part was very much missing in my life. So when my first YouTube video blew up to like whatever it was, 35,000, which was totally unexpected. I only thought that was going to be watched by like 12 people, and I had this big purple hair because I was still doing like rock music.
I remember that.
Yeah. I think I even had pink hair when I was first with Topstep, but we did like radio stuff. It wasn't much video at that point. It was just Eddie doing the Topstep Squawk
radio, right?
That's right. And I was on that for a few times. That was pretty fun. But yeah, and then when I started getting students who learned the methodology, start seeing the results, and then come onto my live streams to chat, that's like the best thing ever. It's, you actually have community that understands you. You actually have people who are sharing in the success or loss, like whatever happens on the day, because it's not always a win.
Right.
And just the fact that I start talking through the same setups, like somebody who's done the program, they just go, yeah, these are my hypos. And I'm like, you know what? Those are my hypos too. Awesome. Let's see whether we can make some money today.
Sure.
And the beauty of having about 3 different hypos in the day around orientation points is that if one fails, you're not going to be left just with, oh, now what?
Like now what?
And just
Right.
go,
You're prepared.
Yeah, you're prepared. You're like, okay, that didn't work. Let's see, what's my next orientation point? How is the price activity going to look there? You don't just stop moping and, throw a hissy fit because one trade didn't work. Obviously, if you trade within the size of the limits that you've been given, which goes for a personal account and for any kind of funded account, then you're not going to have a problem. A loss should not bother you. It should bother you a little, but it shouldn't bother you so much that you're like, oh God, what have I done? And then it goes the whole negative inner critic. I'm a muppet. I'm this and that. And that helps no one. All that does is make you feel like crap, right?
Yeah.
So
Kills your dopamine.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. And you go through dopamine crash. It's like, yes, I won. Yeah.
Okay. I got a couple of questions that I thought I'd let a lot of people do. We'll do a speed round here. What markets do you trade?
I mainly trade crude oil and gold. However, I have been trading DAX for London quite a bit now because one of the companies has allowed us to trade Eurex. That's something that Topstep should really look. Guys, if you got Eurex, I would be all over it, seriously, because that's one thing that I always wanted to have a funded account for DAX trading. And I know that Eurex is expensive. I know that it's like a totally different exchange. But look into it because that would be an awesome feature to see Topstep do. So I've been doing that in the mornings. And then typically I will do my crude oil or gold trading from, let's do Eastern time. So from about 10 a.m. till midday. And then I usually have a bit of a break, and then I come back for the later session. Now, at that later session, I might trade ES or NQ because they move quite a bit. You have the bond markets, they kind of close, and the bond traders migrate over, and suddenly you have boom for the last kind of hour and a half. So I don't like trading ES before then. I'll be very honest. My edge in ES has always been in the last sort of an hour and a half of active exchange trading. And that's how I structure my day. But typically, if I've already made money by noon, I will stop. So I'm not going to go chasing a million trades. I try to do about 3 trades per day.
By noon London time?
By noon Eastern. So that's about 11 your time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
So I try never to trade more than about 4 or 5 hours. If I can get it done in 3 hours, all the better. If I can't, then it's probably I'm not reading the market right. Like today, I actually had a losing day on DAX. I tried it. It was very slow. And in the end, I was just like, enough. So we got to know when to walk away, right? I've been doing really well. And today, obviously, everybody waiting for FOMC. I did one trade, went scratch, did another trade, made a bit of money, did sort of like a third trade, and he went into a drawdown. And I went, this is not it. And I know what it looks like when it's not it, right? You also have to recognize when you're struggling. If you're normally trading a couple of trades per day, and both of the trades are already in profit by the time that you've been in them for like 10, 20 minutes, that's cool. But if that doesn't happen, use that sort of average trade time to figure out whether things are happening or not, because the movement we cannot control. We can identify a setup, but whether the market moves then or later, or if the market is going to be moving for 2 hours or for 10 minutes, that's something we can't control, and we shouldn't.
Right. There's a question here, and I mean, one great way to learn about supply and demand zones is check out Deeyana's stuff, Market Stalkers.
Yep, that's the first part of the course.
Right.
Supply and demand trading. Yeah.
They're asking if you have any books about it. I know that
I have. I have 3 books. Yeah, they're all on Amazon. You can just search for Market Stalkers. So not like stalks, but market stalkers, like creepy stalkers. And you should come up with 3 of my books there. It's not something that I advertise very much, but if you want to learn from books, fair enough. I always have the comments from students that the books actually tie in pretty well with the course itself. So yeah, it depends. Everybody has a different way of learning, but yeah, it's a very good entryway into the Market Stalkers method. Just buy some books, see if you connect to it, and then take it from there. Try it out and see what happens.
So you're an author too?
Yeah, but it's trading author, and it's like self-published, so it's not like somebody, it's not like somebody signed me. It was just me kind of coming up, putting down my thoughts and ideas in a book in my very sort of plain, humorous language with a lot of technical stuff in there. And I tried not to waffle on too much, but I think the books are useful.
Well,
however, I think that the course is more interesting to watch because you can kind of go back, forward. I even do live examples, and in one of the courses, I actually do a live trading archive. So I run you through a setup as it happened, so you can kind of see how things actually happened in real time. Because real world application is one thing, theory is another, and everything starts out as an abstract concept, and then you have to go to the live market. And then you go, aha, okay, so you get experiential data. And that is invaluable for any trader. No matter how you're learning or who you're learning it from, experiential data is where it's at, 100%.
All right. One last thing. It says you're into video games. Do you have time to play video games?
I try to not do anything over the weekends apart from walking my dogs and playing video games. I find it's a great way to switch off. But at the same time, I'm not somebody who can just switch off completely. I like to keep busy, and video games just keep me tethered to something, so that I don't start working. Because otherwise, I will just go, actually, can I just backtest this? We'll go right back down to trading. Yeah, or let me answer that email that came in. Yeah, that was a good question. So you don't want to do that, obviously. And if I do that, at 43 years age, I'm just burnt out like very, very quickly. So you have to pace yourself. Definitely, the older you get, the less energy you have. So yeah, what I'd like playing, I really got into Subnautica and Subnautica Below Zero, although I loved Subnautica better. It's basically like a survival game, and I got so obsessed with it. It's like not even funny. I was spending like 8 hours a day just playing Subnautica. Every time my husband would walk in, he'd be like, and he kept calling it Sub-Aqua. You're playing Sub-Aqua, and I'm like Subnautica, but yeah. So yeah, it's so cool. You get dropped on this like foreign planet, and apparently your spaceship fell down. You're in a life pod. You don't know who you are. You don't know where you are. You're just in a ocean full of weird fish everywhere, and then you have to start collecting resources and weird plants and stuff. And in the first one, there's not much of a story behind it. It's like pretty much open world. You can go wherever you want, and that's the challenge. And you get a really cool submarine at some point. It's so cool. And then the other one is also a survival game, but in space, and it's called Breath Edge. So those are 2 things that I really enjoyed. But I'm also really into things like Skyrim, Oblivion. That was like ages ago. What else did I play? Assassin's Creed. Yeah, that's another one that I really enjoy. So yeah.
See, and now I feel like I'm missing something because I've never really been into video games. I know
I love video games,
but
you should try it. Get yourself a PS5 or an Xbox and buy one of the role playing. Yeah. Well, there you go. Yeah.
Oh, and I may have to do that after the FOMC meeting today because I won't be trading.
Yeah, I'm not trading FOMC. I got burnt by FOMC many times, so I learned not to touch it. But maybe if there's something in the last half an hour, after the whole talk is done, maybe. But
after it kind of settles down a little bit.
Exactly. Yeah. After all the algorithms make their mark, bloodbath.
Yeah, that's right. Well, Deeyana, I can't tell you how much I appreciate you coming on and chatting with me today. I really enjoyed it. I hope that everybody enjoyed it. I know Deeyana is a very smart, very accomplished, obviously very busy person, and we appreciate your time. We would love for you to come and trade with us one of these mornings.
I'd love that.
Mornings. Yeah. We'll get all that kind of stuff set up, and
absolutely.
Stay good. Be good to your dogs. Be good to yourself. And we will talk soon. Thank you very much again, Deeyana.
Cheers, Hoag. Thanks for having me. Bye.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Topstep's group coaching session we like to call Let's Crush 2023. I hope you enjoyed the interview with our friend Deeyana. I thought it was a lot of fun to do. And again, hopefully you got some good things out of it, of course. And we have group coaching now. We're going to go until about 12:55. We're going to get Andre in here, and we're going to watch the FOMC reaction together. So let's get started with group coaching. I did get a couple of emailed in questions that I haven't had the chance to look at. We mentioned we're going to be taking a look at the trading checklist. So we'll spend a little time kind of thinking about how we would put that together, and then we'll get to the questions. All right. This is me. My name is John Hoagland. I'm senior performance coach here at Topstep. 40 years of futures industry experience, more like 30 years as an active trader, migrating to screen trading in 2009. And then since about 2011, I've been here at Topstep, hopefully helping traders learn more about their craft. I had the opportunity to talk to thousands of traders from all over the world, something I really enjoy. And these group coaching sessions are among my favorite things to do. So this is the CFTC disclaimer. We have to know that everything we discuss here is for educational purposes only. We're not going to be discussing the purchase or sale of any product or security during this. It just reminds us that there is considerable risk in futures, as these are leveraged products, and you do run the risk of losing more than an initial investment. Okay, so just keep in mind there is a lot of risk in this. There is no guarantee of of profit or no guarantee of loss. It is what you put into it, what you might get out of it. So here is the Top Step Trader checklist. Let me get this set up a little bit for us. I'm going to go out of this, and we may come back to that later. So what we're going to do is see if I can't set this up so that we can see everything. We'll get rid of the dome. And we're gonna look at the E-mini S&Ps for our preparation. Okay, so now this might be a little bit difficult to see. Maybe I can push this.
I can make it larger, Hoag. What do you want to see right now?
Well, I'm just gonna kind of keep the checklist here. And the chart over here. So is it relatively visible?
Yeah. Here's what I'll do. It may not be the most aesthetically pleasing.
Okay.
But we'll make this work. Give me a few seconds here. I'll make this as big as possible.
Take your time.
Oh, I will. And I may have to take your camera off. I'm going to put you in a weird spot right now to start.
No problem.
Here you go. Let's see. Ooh, you flew across the screen. That was fun.
Hey.
Still might be hard to read, but I can really zoom in on that checklist when you want to.
Okay, so let's zoom in on the checklist now. I'm just going to put this up in a kind of bigger way now. Here, I can make it bigger too. There we go.
Now we're talking.
Okay. Thank you, Jack. So the morning checklist. What is your morning checklist? What's your morning routine? Do you get up? Do you get some exercise? Do you take a shower? Do you to go for a walk? Do you feed the dog? Do you first make your bed? Everybody talks about the idea to be disciplined. The first thing you do is make your bed, then brush your teeth, right? So your morning routine is going to set you up for the rest of the day and the rest of the routine, right? So then, of course, you're doing your pre-market research, and the pre-market research is down here. We'll take a look at that. To review your trading plan, and trading plans are always kind of fluid, right? They're not always going to remain the same. Market states change, markets change. Things are going to change from time to time in your trading plan, and I don't suggest making drastic changes in a trading plan or any trading strategy. You got to adjust things with gentle trajectory changes according to market state, right? Test your trading platform, internet connection. Of course, you want to make sure that you're solidly connected to the internet. Trading strategy review. You got to know your strategies and setups inside and out. Journal. Trading, however you choose to journal, you should. I think there's a whole bunch of people in trading that say they journal, but don't really do it. Journaling your trading is something that we'll probably touch base on over time in group coaching, because there's several different ways to do it, and I have a particular favorite of mine that I think has really done a good job in teaching me the difference between impulse and intuition. Prep your workstation. Funded Trader has great advice for setting up for your success. So there's a link here, you can watch that. But if you have a messy workstation, you're gonna be messy in trading. Make sure that you've got your coffee here, your water here, your notes here, your journal here, your mouse, everything in order so that you're very familiar with your environment. I think it's very important. When we were on the trading floor, we used to we'd have a particular spot where we stood every day, and there were price boards all around us, but we knew, just because of where we were standing, I knew that the S&P quotes were going to be right there. NASDAQ quotes were going to be right there. Crude oil quotes were going to be right there. Gold quotes were going to be right there. And we didn't have to search for them. we were able to just take it, go look right at the number that we were looking for because we were so familiar with our, in quotes, workstation. So once you take care of your morning checklist, and the pre-market research is really the more important part if you were to ask me. So again, we're trading the E-mini S&Ps. We're just going to put ES in there. Is there a trend? Now we're going to go back and we're going to start looking here a little bit at the platform. So we'll make this as big as possible. We're going to make this, we're going to go down this side first. So we're trading the ES. Is there a trend? Well, I'm going to start probably on the weekly or the monthly, but for purposes of today, let's look at the daily. Is there a trend? If there is a trend, what time frame is the trend in? In the day time frame, I'm calling this imbalance. I'm calling this a lack of trend. In the day time frame, it may be a little bit different in the intra-day time frame, but in the daily, I'm looking at this market as largely range bound. We had a breakout to the downside yesterday that failed. We're waiting for new information today. Here I'm going to say range. If I can type range on the daily. What is the underlying trend of the market? In the day time frame on the daily chart, we don't really have one. Previous day's settlement. Now we're going to be looking at a shorter time frame. We've got previous day's settlement right here, 44.90. 44.90, previous day's settlement. We're going to put that in there, 44.90. Oh, the number's locked. Hang on. Okay. What was yesterday's closing cost, right? What was the closing number? Previous day net change. How much higher or lower was the market yesterday? Well, let's just take a quick gander here. I think we were up around here, 45.04 to 490. We're looking at approximately a 15-point net change, minus 15 points. Volume. How was the volume? Was it higher or lower than the previous day? We'll go back to the daily for this. Well, it was a little bit higher, but still not great. A little bit higher than the previous day yesterday. So we're going to go higher. You guys are watching me type here. Higher, but not high. Open interest. What did the open interest do yesterday? Now, for those of you that are familiar with open interest, wonderful. If you're not familiar with open interest, you're going to want to kind of get familiar with it. Open interest is the total number of outstanding contracts. So on a move to the downside on higher volume but not good volume, losing open interest, let's see what we lost yesterday. We lost 8,400. 8,400. So open interest was down 8,400, and I'm just estimating here. So the actual number was minus 8,467. So closer to 8,500 than 8,400. But we get the idea. Previous days, well, we lost price yesterday on higher volume, but not good volume, and we lost open interest. Now we start looking at where we are in relation to the extremes of the range. Remember, we're in a range on the daily. So we look at previous week's high and low. Well, these are already on my charts. These are something that I put on here for everybody's benefit. And I may have moved it a little bit here. No, I think we're right. We're about right. So previous week's high, 45.66, 45.66. Previous week's low, 44.94. 3-day high. Well, our 3-day high before today was the weekly high last week's high, 123. So that's going to be 45.66. And then we're going to have 3-day low, which is yesterday's low, 44.62 quarter. So 44 quarter. Previous day's high and low. We've got an inside day so far, an extended trading hours. The high 45.0950, 45.0950, and previous day's low 44.62 quarter, 44.62 quarter, 44.62 quarter. 10-day moving average. I don't have that on here, but we have the 50-day moving average. If you have moving averages that you use, of course you can replace them with the moving averages that you look at. So right now, the 50 moving average is at 45.94 even. Let's just call it 95, 44.95. Identify chart patterns. I would say the prevailing chart pattern on this daily chart is we have a triangle formation. So we got a triangle formation. This is again on the daily chart. This can be different on a different time frame chart. We're kind of basing this off of a daily chart. Okay, now we've got trade entry checklist. Okay, so now while you're going through your trading day, you're taking trades. Maybe you find a good entry and your confidence in that is a 5. You can put the entry price, profit target, and stop price here, of course. And then the reward over risk ratio, for me, it's at least 2/1 reward to risk. Risk relative to the account size. How much of your trading account are you risking on each trade? We're going to go with 2% just to have something in there, right? So what is the result? Well, this is going to be a win. This is going to be a profit target hit. Okay. Then, of course, you could do those for each trade that you take. There are different ways to log this information. This is a suggestion, and it is a good suggestion. I mean, this is a lot of work to put this together. These are pieces of what we at Topstep do to look at our trades. There's another document that I'm going to show you guys, probably not today because I don't think we're going to have time, but it's a market performance worksheet. It's pretty much what I look at, and I just kind of threw it up in kind of stream of consciousness. It's basically just an outline of what I'm looking at, how I think about the markets, and you'll have the opportunity to take a look at it and make it into something that's good for you. Okay, so post-market, yes, you're going to review the trades you took. If you're a highly active trader and you're reviewing 200 trades, that's going to be something that you're going to have to deal with. I'm not that active. If I take 4 or 5 trades, 6 trades in a day on one product, that's probably a lot. Okay, of course, you want to make sure you get plenty of rest. Physical health is going to be, of course, important for your trading as well as your mental health. And you want to update your trading journal. And part of reviewing trades is reviewing the journal that you did that day. And again, these are more documents, thoughts, ideas, and concepts that we're going to be bringing to you over time. We can't do all of this at once. So I'm looking forward to getting a good group of folks that want to come to group coaching each day. So they're going to get the ability to hear what some of the other coaches are thinking and doing. And then, of course, I'll be doing this twice a week as well. And I'll be sharing some of these documents, concepts, and ideas again over time. So, and then any notes that you have. make sure that you are keeping in mind not to overtrade. Don't trade impulsively. Now, one of the things that I'm going to be kind of asking you guys to do, or at least giving it a try, is an opportunity that was given to me from a trading psychologist a number of years ago. I'm not a psychologist. I would never even think to hold myself out as one. But what I'm bringing to you is my experience with the trading psychologists that I've worked with. So, to be able to, and we talked about this with Jared yesterday, to be able to kind of discern the difference between impulse and intuition is something that takes practice. First, you have to have intuition. Intuition takes experience and knowledge to begin to create intuition. Once you begin to create intuition, it sometimes becomes difficult to say, I'm thinking about doing this. Is this an impulse or is this an intuition? So this exercise, basically, that I still do most of the time when I'm actively trading, is something that's going to, I think, help you determine with greater accuracy what's a real intuition and what's an impulse. To me, and I mentioned yesterday on the Jared Tendler session, impulses are always yelling at me. Impulses are always yelling at me. It's always fear-based. It's always emotionally based. Hey, you're going to miss this. Hey, get in this. Hey, you're missing out on this whole move. Hey, do this, do that. Those are the impulses, and they don't really get a whole lot of thought because they're fear and emotionally based reactions. The intuitions are a little bit more subtle. They kind of suggest to you instead of yell at you, and that's one of the things that one of the things that we're going to be talking about over time. You may have an ability to create more accurate decisions based off whether it is an impulse or whether it is an intuition. Okay, don't trade out of FOMO. Obviously, that is always an impulse. Anytime you find yourself saying, I'm going to miss this whole move, I better get in, that's trading out of FOMO. That's the fear of missing out. You start to appreciate the fear of the joy of missing out. JOMO, try JOMO. You're going to miss trades. That's always, that's something that's going to happen to you from time to time. And this last one I really like. Don't trade angry. Anger creates venom in your veins. Happy traders make much better traders. And I'm going to take you back to something my dad told me a long time ago, and it was after a day in the trading pit, and I was trying to get a trade, and the guys in front of the broker, they saw me trying to get it, and they turned and took the trade. It turned out to be a really good trade. So I kind of felt like that trade was stolen from me. And it just ruined my day. I was so angry at these guys and so upset about the whole situation that I couldn't really operate. The venom in my veins was so great. I kind of felt like anything I did wasn't going to make me happy. So I think, the smart thing, and I left, and I called my dad, who was a 40-year Chicago Board of Trade floor trader, and I told him what happened and how angry I was. And he basically said, it really doesn't pay. It doesn't do any good to be mad at people or a group of people, because half the people you're mad at don't know you're mad at them, and the other half don't give a shit. So the only person that anger is affecting is you. You have to learn to let it go, because it'll eat you up. It will eat you up. Forgiveness isn't necessarily for them. It's for you. Once you forgive this, you can let go of that venom, and you can go back to operating from a positive standpoint. Okay, so something you just kind of want to remember when you're trading and you're mad at the markets. You're mad at something. You got slipped on a stop. You haven't been trading well, and it's making you angry. that anger is not going to do you any good. It fills your blood with venom, and that venom creates negative feelings, which creates negative outcomes, negative thought processes, and that's not what you want to do. You have to be able to let it go. If you find yourself trading angry, take your hand off the mouse, get away from your computer for a while, learn to let it go so that when you sit down again, you're looking at the market through fresh eyes and with no anger in your heart. Anger just knocks you off center. And if you're trading off center, you're going to struggle. It's trading is a difficult thing to do to begin with. Don't make it any harder by being angry. I know it's easy to say and it's hard to do. But I believe, like anything, you can strengthen those muscles a little bit at a time just to be able to forgive yourself for things that you may perceive as a mistake in the market. Maybe it is a mistake. Maybe you traded outside of your strategy, outside of your process, and you took a loss on that. Well, that anger you're feeling isn't for the markets. It's for you. I traded outside my strategy and it cost me. I'm mad now because I did that. You got to forgive yourself. Remember, forgiveness is for yourself. All right. So Monday, I'm going to give you guys a glimpse of my market performance worksheet. I'm going to go to the questions right now. And again, I haven't had the chance to look at these yet, so I will do my very best to answer those questions. And let's get the chart up here so we can see what's going on. I'll put it here. Okay, because I'm down in the lower right side of the screen now. If I let's see if I can fly back to the other side.
Yeah, I'm gonna fly you back over here. We're gonna make
okay,
this work.
because we're gonna put the chart over here.
1 second. It's all freeform jazz from here, Hogan. And oh,
I think my answer is frozen. Here we go. Just rebooting that. Okay. Now we're good. Okay.
Ooh, flying again.
Hey. All right. We're back to where we should be. Thanks, Jack. Ryan is asking, what settings do you recommend for the opening range? I've seen both 30 seconds when algos are turned on and 30 minutes. Well, Ryan, like just about everything in futures trading, it is a personal decision and one that you want to make and then be consistent with, right? Consistency is everything. So what is the opening range? The opening range comes from the pit days where when the market opened, the bell rings at 8:30, all the brokers around the pit have orders that are due fills right on the open. So if it's not a busy day, the opening range may take 30 seconds and 4 ticks to finish all of those orders that are due fills right on the open. The opening range was never time bound, however, in the trading pits. It was an agreement that all the brokers made with the exchange to say this is the range for the opening range. If it was a very busy day, it may take several points and 3 minutes to finish the opening range so that the brokers could fill all those orders that were due fills right on the open. And then the exchange would say, hey, we think the opening range is here. Do you agree? And if I filled an order outside of that, I'd say, no, I need it to go up to the upper half. And they'd say, okay. So they'd expand it to the upper half. Once everybody agreed, then the opening range would be sent out to the rest of the world. So a lot of it had to do with how busy it was as to how long it was. Okay, that said, in electronic trading, it seems to me, and this is kind of the way I've always looked at the opening range, if there's somebody that wants something done right on the open, the first minute in electronic trading seems like a reasonable amount of time to get that done. All right. So that's why I look at it as 1 minute. The first minute of the trading session is the opening range, according to what I look at. Now, there are people that look at 5-minute opening ranges, 15-minute opening ranges, 30-minute opening ranges. But the point of doing that, I mean, the point of the opening range being 1 minute is it's going to probably be one of the better risk limiters. If you're looking at a 5-minute opening range, it's going to expand, and it's going to also expand your risk. If you're looking at a 30-minute opening range, I've even heard of people trading the initial balance breakouts and putting a stop on the other side, on the other extreme of the initial balance. So that would be, so this is a different platform. So that would be somebody waiting for the market to trade the first hour. When it breaks out the low of the opening of the initial balance, putting your stop above the initial balance. That is a large amount of risk, though it might work sometimes. It's too much risk for me. Look at the first minute. The first minute is pretty big here on the NASDAQ today. That's a lot of risk. That's an opening range trade I probably wouldn't have taken because the risk was too great. So, Ryan, the opening range, to me, I use 1 minute. To others, they've learned a different way. They've thought a different way, whatever it is. So, Ryan, you can go back and look. You can put in a 1 minute chart and look where that opening range was. Always look to the left. It's going to help you to determine, what kind of opening range are you looking at? What opening range are you looking for? How much risk are you going to take in and around the opening range? This last Thursday's move to the downside, or was it Wednesday? I mean, the opening range was the dead high of the day, 36.5 to 30. So 36.5. So for about 6-7 points of risk, you were able to, take advantage of this whole move to the downside if you were patient, expecting it, and part of your plan. Okay. Great question, Ryan. Thank you for sending it in. And Ezekiel. Okay. This is a question about price settlement. Okay. And you can find it on most platforms. If you have a quote board, on most platforms, you'll be able to add that. So here's just one platform. So here's the contract, last trade price, history, bid. Okay, so I don't have it on there, but I can add session settlement. And then it's going to be right here. So the E-mini S&P is 44.90, 44.90. There it is. There's another place. And I'm going to put a link into the chat here. Give me 1 second to bring this up. There's some really good information that comes off of the CME group website. Oops. I have 3 keyboards here and I always hit the wrong one. Okay, so there it is. And this is what we're looking at. If you want to open up that link, this is what you're going to see. The daily bulletin. So I can go for, let's say we want to see the volume, open interest, and settlement price in November crude oil. Go to energies. We're going to make this real big. November settlement 90.48. Open interest is always over here, but when you look at the crude oil open interest, look how thick this market is all the way out into the future. Look for the total volume and the total open interest. If we want to look at the E-mini S&Ps, equities, page 11. S&Ps, DEES, 44.90 was down 11.50. Here's the total volume. I always collect the total volume and the total open interest and the number of contracts, the net change in open interest. So if you bookmark this link, you'll be able to kind of reach out and every morning take a look at volume, open interest, and get your settlement levels off of that. Good question. And Fred. Recently heard on TopstepTV that the majority of volume traded is now high frequency traded. Most people here fear HFTs, possibly because they seem mysterious, but HFTs seem to be at a disadvantage to me. As a discretionary trader, I need to be right about market direction. HFTs have to be right about market direction too, but they also have to execute the automation correctly. What do you think? Okay, Fred, the HFTs, algos, they are the majority of the volume. That much is true. However, the HFTs are so short time frame that they do little to direct price. Some algos do, but for a short period of time. So the advantage that I think discretionary or longer time frame traders have is we don't have to fight with the HFTs. And necessarily the algos. The algos sometimes come seek us out as far as our stop levels are concerned. But if we're not trading in their time frame, they don't have to affect us that much. That's why I think the scalping or market making that the scalpers in the pit used to do is going to be extremely difficult for a discretionary trader to do because the algos and the HFTs are far better, far faster. There's no emotion. One thing that you do I think recognize in this, Fred, is the fact that the HFT or an algo only works for a period of time. There's a shelf life to them, and then they won't work. So you've got rooms full of engineers creating the next algo or creating the next HFT. Michael used to say that he thought and hoped that eventually the HFTs and the algos would eat each other, but I don't see that necessarily happening. So the disadvantage that they have is the shelf life can be very, very short, but of course they're always looking for the next HFT or algo that's going to work. But HFTs, the high frequency traders are rarely considering directional activity. As a matter of fact, if there's volatility, they shut off. They don't even trade during volatility.
Hey, Hoag, if I may interject too, because I have some experience in this on like the bonds end, but to give an example of the sort of speed things that they do that make it hard for you as a trader to go back and forth, is a lot of it has to do with queue position. Is because they're so fast, they can figure out where they want to get that they can be in the queue first, so that if you get hit or lifted on, they get the best price that trades. And that's something you really can't do by yourself.
Right. Yeah, thank you, Jack. Yeah, I mean they're always a step ahead of you. I mean, because they're number one, they're co-located right next to the exchange. All right. Thanks for the question, Fred. Ezekiel. Okay. Another question from Ezekiel. I need to learn how to read volume better. How would you use or read the DOM? Any way you recommend we use fixed range profile and where I could get a footprint chart? Well, a lot of it depends, Ezekiel, on your trading platform. Not sure what you mean by fixed range profile. There's volume profile, market profile. Is that something you're familiar with, Jack? Fixed range profile?
Sorry, I had a mouthful of food.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. The good news is I am not familiar with it. Fixed range profile.
Yeah, that's something I'm not quite familiar with. But, footprint charts, certain platforms, I don't know what platform you're using, Ezekiel. But and I'm not sure that TradingView has it, but
see in the comments, it's a normal volume profile, just user selected endpoints.
Okay, so like you wanted to choose like just regular trading hours only. So again, is he in here? Some guy, is that Ezekiel? All right. So thank you, Robert. So yeah, some guy, I'm gonna get rid of this. So this is mini S&P 30. Okay. So in essence, these volume profiles can be, and this is Trade-Evate platform. Different platforms, do offer some of these, some don't. It's really depending on platform. But, let's say you wanted to just have regular trading hours volume profiles on this. This is what you would do. You just kind of go up to volume profile, click on it, let it go, and then click on it again, and then click on it where you want it to stop. So this is regular trading hour profiles only. Okay. But if I wanted to add 2 weeks worth or the entire whatever's on this chart here, all I have to do is go back and stretch it over to the right, and that's going to give me the entire profile. So you got some other suggestions there, like Sierra chart lets you, and again, if you do have platform questions like this or tool questions, and if there may not be that same tool on a specific platform, would help to let me know what platform you're going to be trading. Robert Cooney says TradingView has fixed range profile in it. That's what we're looking at here. So it's all in just getting it set up. And as far as footprint charts, hang on. If you're on Trade-Evate, you can go to let's say a 30-minute chart, and you can go to bid-ask volume, and it's going to give you, in essence, a footprint chart, but you've got to be really close up in order to see the numbers. So here's a volume footprint chart, but again, you got to be really close to be able to see the numbers. And there are specific platforms like Jigsaw, I think Bookmap, those, they all have really good footprint charts. And there's other platforms that I'm sure also have them. Oops. So I don't know how much I was of help to you, Ezekiel, but just keep fishing around, and you may find that the platform you have has what you're looking for. And I think most of these platforms also have websites where you can go in and kind of search for these things. Okay, so trading view sessions, profile charts. Okay, Robert does. I know they are available, and this is trading view is not my necessarily primary platform. My good friend Robert helped me get this one set up. Grog, been using one strategy for some time now, and although it's been successful, I think it's time to reevaluate. How would you go about formulating or reassessing strategies? Well, if it's still working, I'm not sure why you would want to kind of reevaluate or change it. I think one of the most important reasons to review and change a specific strategy is market state change. We were if you saw the session with Deeyana, she was talking about people that learn to trade in volatile periods of time are going to have a hard time in less volatile periods of time, range bound trade. And and I know this to be true because I had a lot of folks in the NASDAQ pit during the tech bubble that made all kinds of money and then lost it when the bubble broke because they only knew how to do one thing, and that was to buy it. Right. And yeah, Robert Harrison is saying you can back test as well. But, Greg, if it's a profitable strategy, I would be careful changing too much. Michael, I don't think that's really necessarily true. Does this mean that one day it will no longer be possible to day trade because computers will always be faster than us? There are good things to being a discretionary trader as well. And the first one that comes to mind really is a computer isn't, well, now with AI that may be able to, but a computer is only going to do what a human tells it to do. So if a computer programmed trading strategy doesn't work anymore, it has to be changed by a human being. It's something that is going to take time, whereas humans can change, I think, a little bit more quickly than a set strategy or a set if this then that type situation. If this then that doesn't work anymore, it's going to take time to come up with a new operation, if you will, a new equation to make that choice. Now Robert Cooney does some automated trading, and he's, I'm sure, monitoring for performance, and if the market state changes, he's going to have to maybe adapt his strategy a little bit in this automation because of markets are always going to change. Now, I don't know how often that happens or if it even does. So, Robert, do you find that sometimes there are some gentle trajectory changes that are needed in your automated strategies in order to keep them profitable, or are you pretty much, if this then that, and it works better, works more than it doesn't? Let's just put it that way. Well, we are getting pretty close here. AI and machine learning. Yeah, Sam. I don't know what that's going to do, but I'm going to be like John Henry. You remember the story of John Henry? He was
a steel driving man.
Yes, yeah, he was a he worked for the railroad, and he could could drive a railroad spike with one swing of the hammer, and the steam spike driver came along, and they did a competition between the steam driving thing and John Henry, and John Henry won, but he worked so hard that he died. So there were a lot of folks in the trading pit that fought the electronic trading, and some of that happened to them. I don't want that to happen to anybody, but it's things are always changing, as we always say here in trading. Anything can happen. So I'm going to step away for a couple of minutes. We're going to get Andre back in here to check out the FOMC response and take a look and see what happens. Thanks for joining me today. I look forward to being back here on Monday with everybody for group coaching. And if I forget, remind me, we're going to take a look at one of those documents I mentioned earlier, the market performance worksheet, and we get a kind of a look at how I look at the markets. And maybe it'll help you. Hopefully that's the case. Blessings to you all. Trade well. Be kind to yourselves. Be good to yourselves. Be good to others. And we'll see you in a minute.
All right, boys. No splash screen for this. We're doing
all right.
Take the gloves off. Might get dirty.
But keep the gloves on then.
Or maybe keep the gloves on.
Yeah.
That's more of a boxing. That's a boxing analogy, isn't it? Take the gloves off, bare knuckles.
Well, that would be like a hockey fight. They got to take the gloves.
There you go. Thanks for bailing me out there, Hoag. Thank you.
You got it. I'm always here for you, Andre.
Thank you. So you got me thinking about it being a nothing burger. I'm guessing these first 15 minutes is going to be a nothing burger. We'll see how it plays out. But what do you watch, John? What are you watching? Are you watching Financial Juice?
I was watching investing.com. We'll see who beats it.
Let's do it. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Investing.com.
Yeah. I like Financial Juice, though. They're pretty quick.
Me too, because I like how it breaks. It keeps breaking.
All right, we got the ESZ 30-minute chart up right now. This is always exciting. This is when I felt like I was in the office just before the Fed number and the unemployment was when, I came closest to throwing up and did a couple times.
Definitely.
Remember, like before FOMC or unemployment, standing in the pit with a big stack full of orders and knowing that price was just going to rip through all of it. We were so scared that like our hands and feet were cold.
Yep.
Because your body like pulls all the oxygenated blood into your major muscles and into your organs because it's kind of fight or flight, right? But
yeah,
we couldn't fly. We had to fight. So it was just so scary.
Yep. That's wild, man. That's wild. Having all those orders waiting in your hands, that's crazy.
And knowing the price is just going to rip right through them. You got to fill a whole lot of orders in a short period of time. I just grab my partner's hand and his would be freezing. Mine would be freezing.
We're in this together.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. I got the Twitter fired up.
Sweet. Yeah. Whoever sees it first, just holler it out.
Buh!
Oh, I almost just put a 15 light on Johnny.
Yeah. Sure you did. All right. We are
countdowns.
About a minute here.
Yeah.
Remember, there's an 8-second delay if you're watching this on YouTube.
Okay. That's a good heads up.
Do you want to throw a dome up or anything, or you don't have to? We got a minute.
I have one on my other computer that's not connected to you guys.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, me too. I got 3 computers running here.
All right. 45 seconds. Who's hitting their mic? Stop abusing that mic.
It's me. I'm moving around a television remote. My bad.
No worries.
I'm nervous.
Why?
I'm kidding.
Are you trading?
Yeah.
30 seconds.
You gonna do something? Well,
no, most likely not. It's gonna be all ATSs.
Yeah.
It's gonna get super. Look how thin it got. Look how wide it got.
Yeah, let's put the dome up here. Hang on.
Yeah.
Then
there's nothing in this.
Yeah, I mean we're looking at 10 to 20 contracts on each bid and offer. That's pretty thin.
And here we go.
Here we go. Oh, there we go.
Oh.
They really gonna hold this off on us?
Come on.
Come on.
I'm not seeing it anywhere. Come on, guys.
I mean, something happened. I think it's been released.
Has to have been. It's because they embargo it.
5.5. It is as expected.
Unchanged.
Yeah.
A bunch of sell orders came in on the SPOOs or ES.
It feels like this initial move, though, always gets reversed by the time they do the presser.
Yeah, I've noticed that as well. All right, now we're looking for the statement now.
Right.
One more hike this year. Too few. Yeah, that's what Lee's been saying on CNBC. 2 fewer cuts for next year. Well, they're letting out a lot right now. It's hawkish.
Right to weekly kickoff low.
Yep.
$2 through it.
Algo fight.
Yeah, bonds are spiking. Your yields are spiking. Okay. So this is definitely hawk. Well, shit. All right, guys, stay patient. See how this plays out. Like Jack said, usually they'll snap this move back. Are you seeing anything? Many levels? Or we're just letting it play out?
Nah, I'm not.
Yeah.
If I start looking for levels, I'll start looking for opportunities. And if I start looking for opportunities, I'll probably find one and I'll probably lose money.
Dixie dollar index spiking. Okay. So you see how this is being interpreted? Pretty hawkish.
Yeah. The 10-year yields popped to almost half a basis point.
Damn.
50 basis points. No, 30, 43. No. Yeah. A half a tenth of a basis point.
So, all right. So the Fed definitely is signaling to us the fight on inflation is definitely not over. That's for sure.
No.
Yeah, but ES only down, 7 points on the day.
Not terrible.
Well,
Time is a nothing burger.
yeah, it's been a long day.
Yeah. You've been talking a lot today, Johnny.
Yeah, I know.
It's not a bad thing. Not a bad thing. It's just
no.
Gotta save the vocal cords there.
I could sit and talk to traders about trading forever.
Hell yeah, it's the best.
And I start talking to my wife about it, and she's like,
I know.
What?
I know. Same. Like not my wife, but yeah, you start talking markets. I have a select few amount of friends in my circle that are interested in what we talk about.
She's like, you didn't lose money, did you? Well, no. That's all she.
Only thing that matters. Only thing that matters.
All right.
I mean, we say don't trade during the Fed, but I think that really applies to, you can't. I would never trade this between this and the presser.
No.
There'll be more movement then, and
yeah, definitely see how he answers. What his statement's going to be. Hey, question about this. So his presser, when he kicks off that, I've never known this. When he starts with his opening comments, is he essentially just regurgitating what the statement that he released is?
I believe the speech is pretty much what they've already put out. It's the question and answer.
Yeah.
Where things get a little bit dicey.
Gotcha. That's the good part.
Things get a little bit dicey.
Oh, they got Santelli on here now giving us his take.
Rick Santelli.
You ever run around with him, John?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We had a group of people with Topstep on the trading floor one time, and we ran into him, and I did my Rick Santelli yell, and he came over and talked to everybody about trading and markets and everything. He's a celebrity.
He is. He's not the board of trade anymore. It's kind of sad.
Yeah.
It stinks. All right, so it looks like I got the 5 minute. It looks like they're trying to take another leg lower in the ES. Obviously, like Jack said, not a whole lot of movement. Volume spike, 60,000 contracts in 5 minutes on the ES.
Mm-hmm.
You would think, though, if there's a bigger move in bonds, right? If the yields are shooting up there, I'm kind of shocked. Obviously, I would never trade on this, but shocked we're not seeing more of a dump off in stocks.
Agree.
If it was really being interpreted as hawkish as opposed to just what was kind of expected.
Yeah, higher rates. So
yes, trader source. I got a headline here: trader/bets on Fed easing next year. Yeah, boy, we all wish they were going to ease next year. I think the Fed's giving us a clear signal what they're thinking, what they're seeing. Yeah, Fed inflation remains elevated. You would think that'd be more bearish. That'd be bearish for these equities, but they're holding pretty strong, all things considered.
Well, apparently the market and the economy aren't connected anymore.
Right. Watch them try to fill this gap. I'll be damned. Yeah, I'm glad I sat on my hands. I would have definitely tried to get short and hold on these equities, and they're just not budging. Now they're trying to reverse it. Here you go, Jack.
Well, I mean, 44.80 this weekly kickoff low here would be something I probably would have responded to, and unfortunately, I'm not going to because it's unemployment.
Unbelievable. Yeah, look at this. Mm-hmm. So we're not going to raise rates now, but we're also not going to cut as much next year. So they're kind of walking that fine line.
Mm.
Okay. So we got the tone of this.
Yeah. You know what I'm going to do?
What?
I'm going to go take a nap.
Yeah, I think we're not going to stick around for the presser here. So.
No, John. Well, it's much deserved nap. How long your naps last?
Well, I mean, it depends. No, I'm not actually going to go take a nap.
They say they're super healthy.
Yeah, I do enjoy sleep. I do enjoy a good nap, but I'm going to take care of a few things and maybe go for a walk instead. That would be probably pretty healthy.
Okay, that'll inject some energy in you. Job growth slowed but remains strong. I mean, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm doing the Midwestern thing right now. Just like, if you can see me, I'm saying "welp" and then hitting my lap.
Yep, that's time to go.
Quitting time here. We'll be back tomorrow at 8 a.m. Hoag, you get some words of wisdom?
Yeah, enjoy the show. Get some popcorn. If you have to participate, just make sure you manage your risk. And like Michael Patak always says, make sure you trade for tomorrow. Have a good night, everybody. Thanks for joining us all day today, and we'll talk to you later.
Later, guys. I'll see you. See you tomorrow.